All right, all right, all right. How is everybody doing today? I'm not even sure if we have anybody in. Oh, we got one person over on Twitch right now. We got 3 people over on YouTube, 2 people over on YouTube. How is chat doing? Anyone do anything fun over the weekend? Oh, Jesus Christ. I was about to start, but let me fix my hair before I reveal myself to you guys. Jesus Christ. All right, that should be fine. All right, how is everybody doing today? Mother's Day stuff? Yeah, happy Mother's Day to everyone. And happy Mother's Day to my mom if she's watching right now. But, yeah, we don't have... I'm not doing Mother's Day stuff because, unfortunately, I am on the other side of the country from my mom. But I did, instead of Mother's Day stuff, I cleaned and rearranged the stream room. Oh my gosh! How exciting! Here, one second. Let's move everything out of the way so that you guys can fully appreciate just how much work and effort I put into this. There's so much room for activities. There's so much room for activities now. And back here, we've got like a whole guitar station. We've got the piano set up. Well, it's not fully set up. I haven't plugged it in or anything, but it will be plugged up. It will be set up soon. And then, I don't know if this is even going to be easily feasible to do without accidentally unplugging the camera. Oh, look at that. The drum set that's been in the living room for the past, the entire time that we've lived here is finally set up. So we have the drums, the keyboard, and guitars finally all together in one place. Let's see if we can fix the camera just a wee bit. All right. Oh, and I'm busting this bad boy out, the Warhammer box, because I have officially found a friendly local game store. Ooh. So that's all exciting. Oh. Alrighty, really quick. So I don't expect today to be like ultra... I don't expect today to be something that is going to be like a super action-packed stream because of the fact that it is Mother's Day. So we'll be mostly chilling and watching videos, I assume. I can't imagine there's going to be too much opportunity for a debate or anything, or an argument. All right, I just had to move my computer there for a second. All right. Well, now that I think we're all set up now. Yeah, that'll do. And are we in focus? I think we're in focus. Let's not show all of the dirty clothes if we can help it. Oh wait, those are clean clothes. I shouldn't be ashamed. No, I should be ashamed because I haven't folded them yet. That is on me. Okay, that's fine. I'm probably gonna do a little bit more with the background. I don't know about setting up the game systems again. I don't know if that's like... I don't know. I feel like I'm almost 30, If there's like a classy way to display video games, I don't know it. I don't know. I moved all of the actual games to the shelves in the back, so... Anyways, let's see here. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make sure I don't have anything identifiable on the back there. No, I don't. Okay, so that's there. This can cover that up. This can cover this up right here. All right, and now we're here. All right. So I don't think that we actually have anything in the content suggestions. Oh, wait, yeah, we do. Oh my gosh, Tron loves recommending shorts. All right, now we'll go through, we'll open up all of the content suggestions here. Oh, this is stuff. Okay.
Here with me now is
Okay, actually, we do have a whole bunch of stuff in content suggestions. I just didn't realize it. All right. Well, how fun is that? All right. I think we are ready to go. Let's just double check real quick. All right, 3 people on YouTube watching, 2 people on Twitch. Yeah, that's good enough for me. All right, real quick, if you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. It really does help out way more than you could possibly imagine. 2 people liked the stream before you guys jumped on to viewing, so now you guys can like it, and it'll show even more people in the algorithm and stuff. All right. What do we start with? Okay, Asmongold is... This is just funny, says Asmongold. Let me guess, it's something that is unbelievably cruel. Nate Silver, here, let's sort by platform. Okay, let's watch the short stuff first. If I can mute the fucking music, thank you.
Timeline on that.
it was due last week by law.
I understand.
Oh my god, I saw this. So I guess the FBI budget was supposed to be turned into Congress so that they can, apportion the bills, apportion the money accordingly, right? And see, are you spending your money appropriately on the things that we told you to spend the money on, blah, 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 blah. He doesn't have it. Dude, listen to this back and forth, dude. It is so fucking rough.
I have a timeline on that.
It was due last week by law.
I understand.
And your answer is you just understand. You're not going to follow the law?
My answer is that I am following the law, and I'm working with my interagency partners to do this and get you the budget that you are required to have.
And you have no...
He's like a fucking... As someone who used to be a teacher and as someone who used to, at times be this kid, okay? This is a person who does not like to go against authority. He thinks he does, but he doesn't. He doesn't like to go against authority. And here he is having not done something, and there is an authority figure in front of him who is absolutely in the right. And he is absolutely in the wrong. And he absolutely knows it. And so he's trying to think of, he wants to act tough and shit, but you can tell he does not. He's saying things, but he's not, there's no conviction behind them. I'm trying to get it to you because it's, I'm working with people and you'll get it when you get it. But he doesn't have the conviction behind it. He is fucking terrified.
Timeline?
No.
Well, we also need a full budget request, not a single paragraph full of wild talking points that we saw with the skinny budget proposal. We're now having a
Jesus.
budget hearing without a budget request.
And all of these fucking Trump dick sucks. Like, everyone that he's appointed uses the same weird dick sucky language. All these grand talking points and all these grand words in this grand language about it's the best, it's the biggest, it's the brightest. The last administration was the wokest, the worst. They dragged this country down. They've ruined this country. We're fixing this country. Like, it's the exact same fucking words every single fucking time. It is dystopian.
So, Director Patel, where is the FY 2026 budget request for the FBI?
It's being worked on, ma'am.
Have you reviewed it? Have you approved it?
Not yet.
When will we get it?
As soon as I can get it from my interagency partners and get it.
He's like, listen, I'll get it for you. Like, as soon as I can get it from these other people. Like, it's just so
Approved.
6 months from now?
I don't know, ma'am. I'm not
Well,
going
how
He
do
does
we
sound
as
cocked.
Congress
But
do
again,
our budget?
it's the energy of someone who is used to following the rules, does not like to break the rules, right? Who is getting grilled by someone where he knows he's in the wrong. I think that's how this is. He just thought that everyone would bend to Trump's will. Everyone would. And that whatever he did would go. And that there wouldn't be any extra things to do. Yeah, and grilled by a woman who could be his fucking mom. And she's talking to him like a teacher. And he probably fucking hates that shit. I mean, look at his face right now. I mean, look at his fucking face right now. He does not like this.
In our work without that request and without the spend plan.
Well, ma'am, I'm here. I'm
don't
doing the
care.
best I can. I can't make up answers. I'm going to commit.
You know who
Our
he...
budget and our work without that
no.
request and without the
Where is she?
spend plan.
There. You know who she looks like? She looks like the Mrs. Landingham. Does she not look like this lady? Wait, where were we at? It was this one. Is this not the same lady? Jesus Christ. Okay.
Well, ma'am, I'm here. I'm
don't
doing the
care.
best I can. I can't make up answers. I'm going to commit to you to work on getting you the information you need.
That is insufficient and deeply disturbing. No response?
No response. And see, like, it's one of those things where the person very obviously has power over you, and they're like a mother. They're like talking to you like a mother, like a teacher. And then they ask you what sounds like an obvious rhetorical question, and so you don't answer. And then they say, "Oh, no response." And you're like, "Fuck! I was supposed to respond there. Damn it!" I love it. I love this shit so fucking much.
No response?
I've given my response.
I've never watched a single episode of West Wing. Dude, you're missing out. I will say it's probably West Wing and House are probably the two shows that I've watched in the past 10 years that I'm like, oh man, this is just a masterpiece. Every episode is just fucking good. I just love every episode of West Wing I've seen so far. We're like almost to the end of season 2. Oh, it's so good. Also, really quick, I just remembered. Give me just a second. Me and my girlfriend went to 7-Eleven, and Liquid Death now has a soda flavor, which is ass backwards because it's supposed to be a water brand. So I was going to let my girlfriend try this before I finish it all. Give me 2 seconds. I'll put on some background music for you guys. How's that rewatch? Yeah, if you listen, if you like House and you're interested in this subject matter with politics, you'll love West Wing. And it follows a Democratic presidency too, so. But like, oh man, there are so many and you know what's so interesting about West Wing is there are so many parallels to, and actually one-to-one situations and discussions that happened. And this was filmed in, you know, the late 90s, early 2000s, at the very turn of the century, right? I prefer House of Cards. Well, this was probably very realistic given the time period is the thing, right? I think it was pretty realistic given the time period. But like in the show, I think sometime in the first season, they have an India-Pakistan conflict, and they're like, it's two nuclear powers going to war with each other. Oh shit, you know. I just think it's so cool watching the difference in the way, even as close to accurate as a civilian, non-governmental, you know, to keep it interesting still, you know, how different the reactions of the people are to both crises and to, you know, political things, like someone saying, oh, this person called someone a racist, and so now that's a really big deal. It was a really big deal back then. Let me see if I can fix my lighting situation here a little bit. That makes me look a little jaundiced. Veep is probably my favorite political theme show. My girlfriend has watched Veep, but I have not had the chance to. Which side do I need to move to? Okay. Yeah, I rearranged everything a little bit in here. I might need to move my camera a little bit and then zoom it out a little bit so I can still. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, that should work. All right. Let's get back into it, though. Okay. Get rid of that. Oh, wait, hold on. Really quick. I wanted to... Idiocracy is the best political movie. I've been wanting to watch that, but it seems a little less my girlfriend's speed. She really... It's hard as hell to get my girlfriend to watch a comedy. She's just not into them that much, so... wait, hold on. I saw that Destiny was watching something about... What's her name? The redhead girl that got robbed. What's her... She's a hot tub girl. What's her name? Amaranth. What is going on with that? Amaranth, yes. Because her and her boyfriend / husband were like fighting on stream, like screaming at each other seemingly. I watched Destiny yesterday because he had the, I guess there's been an update in his trial that was kind of wacky. I was hoping that they would talk about it some more today, but it sounded like her and her husband are trying to find out who sent those guys, and it sounded like the husband thinks it's someone that works for them. Oh, I don't know anything about it. I thought freaks with no self-awareness, so... I do think that they would be weird enough to get into a screaming match about legal issues on stream just because they're not very smart. But maybe, you know, maybe we can think about the good in humanity and maybe they're just grifters. The Stephen Miller clip is gold. Oh, is this Stephen Miller? Oh my God, Jesus Christ. He looks crazy different with hair. Sondsol, you mean this? What is this? Have been fighting for hours on Kick. I don't know. I literally like heard them screaming at each other for like maybe 10, 15 seconds on Destiny's stream. I was trying to figure out what was going on, but I didn't have time to really.
Like
No, I'm
normally,
in a sane one, Nick, and you
No.
were in an insane mindset.
no, you're just something is mentally unhinged for you right now because normally,
No, it's
normally,
literally you. You are
normally
unhinged.
when you
What are they arguing about?
normally when you know that we're being swatted, you're at least concerned for the dogs, and
What the fuck is it? This is happening now, right? It's 3:06 over in. Right? Wait, hold on. Was this? It's May 11th. Oh, this was a couple of hours ago. This is at 1:03. Why are they in their like jammies? Like they're like Ebenezer Scrooge type pajamas. Hello. Oh, releasing the boy or containing the boy. I get the feeling this is what their relationship is all the time. I don't listen. Everyone in relationships gets into fights. Me and my girlfriend will get into fights, not very often, but we will. I just don't ever get into screaming matches with people. I can't imagine talking like if it got to this point, either me or my girlfriend would just walk away. Like we'd be like, okay, this is devolved, and we need to like leave each other alone. Someone needs to go on a walk or something. But like it never gets to that point, you know? I don't know how people live in a relationship where this, not only does it happen on a regular basis, like if this happens even I feel like I would put up with this like maybe 1 or 2 times. Like 1 or 2 times if it was an extremely major situation. But like I just can't imagine getting into a argument like this tone.
like
No,
normally,
I'm in a sane one, Nick,
No.
and you were in an insane mindset.
no, you're just something is mentally unhinged for you right now because normally,
No, it's
normally,
literally you. You are unhinged.
normally when you know that we're being swatted.
You know what? I would go fucking crazy too if I had to hear birds inside all day long like this. I would probably lose my fucking mind at anyone. It's you. I just assume people getting into screaming matches like this means at least one of them, likely both, has cognitive or emotional issues that prevent normal conflict resolution. Like I think about that, but like, I think about that, but I've known family members or friends who have gotten into fights like that in front of me, and it's like the people who have done that, like I know they're smart and they're like emotionally well regulated. I think or maybe it was their partner or something. I don't know. I just can't imagine. I've never dated someone that actually no, I did date someone that screamed at me like this exactly one fucking time and it did not happen again. But the reason that it didn't happen again is because they were screaming at me and I just responded to them like, "Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was incorrect. I'm sorry that the way that I spoke made you feel this way. It was not my intention, blah, 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 blah." And because, you know, if you talk to someone like a human being and you actually apologize in a way that is meaningful, it turns out it takes a lot of ammunition away from someone to be angry and scream at you. And then it just never fucking happened. You know, it never happened again. My family will get into crazy loud fights, and then 5 minutes later, it'll be like nothing happened. But my mom was like Mexican Roseanne. Well, the girl that I was dating at the time was Hispanic, and that's why. No, I'm just kidding. No, but my family is really loud. My girlfriend was really, really surprised when she stayed with us during COVID, and when her family, they're quiet and stoic and, you know, my family are a bunch of vocalists. They're all singers. My parents met in my parents met in choir in college, and my dad was going around and being the headline entertainment at Southern beauty pageants where he would just go up there and sing. Okay, these were performers and singers. And she goes into this house. Yeah, they're Belgian snobs. Yeah, but she goes into this house with, it was the five of us, the five of my family members, plus my little brother's girlfriend, my older brother's girlfriend, I think, and then a teacher from one of my parents' schools. So there was all of these people, all of them are music people, and they're all singing or playing music all the fucking time. And all of the strangers, I say strangers, all of the guests, not family members, who had to be subjected to that for 3 months. God fucking bless them. I don't know how they fucking made it. I don't know how they made it through 3 months of that, but just like literally one day my dad might be blaring bluegrass on the speaker. The next day he might be blaring Pavarotti, and he's singing along to both of them. Anyways, my family's loud, but we don't argue like this.
You're at least concerned for the dogs, and you're almost
I
gleeful.
was not concerned in this case.
Southern beauty pageants weren't for children? No, they were, believe it or not, children's beauty pageants aren't the only beauty pageants.
That we're being swatted, you're at least concerned for the dogs, and you're almost gleeful.
I was not concerned in this case because one, I know that the dogs aren't in here, so there's nothing for me to be concerned, and I know that they aren't free.
Yeah.
She won't even make eye contact with him. Jesus Christ.
I'm concerned in this case because one,
he looks at her,
I know
and
that
she
the
looks
dogs
away.
aren't in here.
Dude, I think that people have speculated that he was like an abuser or something, and she tried to get away from him, that like that was all just a meme and all this stuff. I think maybe this guy actually does beat the shit out of her. I mean, like, dude, I don't know. Look, the second he doesn't look over at her. He doesn't look at her the entire time, so she's looking forward. The literal second that he turns to look at her, she looks away, dude. That's a little spooky.
And
I would kill myself if my girlfriend did that. If like the second that I look at her, she looks away because she's scared of me, I would kill myself. That would be the worst feeling.
you're almost gleeful.
I was not concerned in this case because one, I know that the dogs aren't in here, so there's nothing for me to be concerned, and I know that they aren't free roaming outside.
They're like on the patio, and then
Either on the patio concealed.
Trumps can jump over things.
I don't have.
What can jump over things?
On the patio, and then
Either on the patio concealed.
Trumps can jump over things.
I don't have to.
Why are they so loud? I don't know. It's like whispers and explosions. A dog is called Trump. Yeah, is he talking? Is he saying Trump? Because it sounds like he's saying Trump, and I don't think that's what he's saying.
Either on the patio concealed.
Trumps can jump over things.
I don't have to be concerned if I didn't hear a shot go off. There's nothing for me to be. If we had heard gunshots, yes, I'd be concerned. But we didn't. So why would I be concerned if police enter my door like they do every night lately because we hired them?
Those aren't the ones we hired.
Yeah, well, I don't know that at first. I didn't know we're being swatted. So
Right, because the ones we hired are gonna fucking slam the door, and then I'll throw my hands up.
If they're trying to.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Did they get swatted and Hammerhand just walked up by like, oh, how's it going, Officer Hitchens? And just like walked by while they're sitting there with their fucking AR-15s pointed at her like, what the fuck? She's just in her fucking bunny slippers? No way.
I fucking slam the door, and then I'll.
My door like they do every night lately because we hired them.
Those aren't the ones we hired.
Yeah, well, I don't know that at first. I didn't know we're being swatted. So
Right, because the ones.
And who's laughing in the background?
I didn't know we're being swatted. So
Right, because the ones we hired are gonna fucking slam the door, and then I'll throw my hands up.
If they're trying to talk to us, they do knock on the door loudly.
And I throw my hands up?
You didn't do that until they opened the door.
No shit, Sherlock.
Yes.
I'm saying.
This is such a stupid fucking conversation. Okay, I'm sorry. Actually, this is a lot more entertaining than I thought it was going to be. I'm sorry.
Retarded.
First of all, no, this is you being retarded because here's the thing, right? You're
Dude, if you guys ever catch me arguing with my girlfriend over her reaction to being swatted or anything like that, just like any kind of traumatic event, and then arguing with my girlfriend over it on stream, I want you guys to hunt me down, and I want you guys to kill me in the most painful way possible. And I give you permission. It's going to be in my will that if you do this for me, everything will go to you. Jesus Christ, what an unbelievably embarrassing and fucking weird fucking thing to do. Jesus Christ.
being super flippant and you're not even making any sense. You just said you're not concerned because no shots are fired. Bro,
Yes, there would be nothing
No,
for me
no,
to be concerned
no,
about if the
no.
door is knocking.
that's not true because every other
Why? It's just continuing the conversation because you don't want to lose, I guess. Okay, we'll go through some more stuff really quick. And in a couple of minutes, we'll start a short stream. And so if there's something that you think would be good React content to go over, we'll watch that while starting up the short stream. Extra meme related to that? Okay. I don't have any like plans like over the course of the day. I don't expect, again, like I said at the beginning, I don't expect this to be like a crazy hardcore content day. So we're just gonna like chill out together, relax. Maybe I'll play a video game. I don't know yet. But it's Mother's Day, so I don't expect a whole bunch of people to have a free time to watch a stream. But the worst part is that she is the breadwinner and she lets him treat her this way. Well, like at that point, it feels like he's a pimp, you know?
that's fine.
Regardless.
I'm not okay with
Why is it? And then like the change of angle and change of camera. And what is this fucking room that they're in, dude? What is the fucking room that they're in? It's like it's just like a giant open room and has a staircase. So at first I thought like, okay, maybe it's like a living room. Is it their living room? There's no furniture in it. There's concrete floors. And they're in aluminum shed. Well, yeah, I would expect. Maybe that. Well, hold on. No, they're definitely not in a basement because they're in Houston, and I lived in Houston, and there are no basements in Houston. It would be the worst decision of the entire building process to have a basement in Houston. I don't know if this is a rich people thing. Maybe it feels like a very Texas thing because I don't feel like the rich people in southern Arkansas do this. Okay. But like rich people in Texas like having big, giant fuck off sheds, right? And they'll have like a huge, like it'll be like a bachelor pad almost. And it's like this huge warehouse almost. And they'll have their huge barbecue rig in there, and then like they'll have like a lot of them will have like a projector screen so that you can play like video games or watch movies and shit, you know. Like is that a southern thing, or is it a Texas thing, or is it just a rich people thing to do? Because I can totally see, because they're in Texas, they're in Houston, and they are dummy fucking rich. So I know that they're supposed to have like a compound, right? So probably a Texas thing. Yeah, it's super weird. I remember, I feel like every rich like hardcore Texan I've ever known, I've been to their warehouse. Because there's like possibly this situation. There was a situation, I say the situation, the event that was a like oil rich, not even oil rich, but there was the event for Destiny 2020, either very late 2023 or 2024, in College Station, which is really close to Houston, at A&M. One of the Ask Me Anything or Change My Mind events. That was in one of the warehouse things. Every rich Texan has a doomsday bunker. No, it's not built like a doomsday bunker at all, though. It's built like a shed with like hardcore amenities, but like imagine a bachelor pad, but for a guy whose entire personality is being a rancher. And that's what it is. Yeah, it's like a man cave, but for ranchers. But they'll like have them in the middle. They'll have like a warehouse in the middle of Houston, Texas. But it's like a weird thing. I don't even know how to describe it. Anyways, let's see what this is.
That's fine.
Regardless.
I'm not okay with. I'm not.
Why is she
unokay with being
smiling?
observed.
Okay, great.
I'm unokay with you pointing the camera.
Well,
in my
then
face.
leave. I'm not going to follow you.
So you're literally just gonna be super defiant, is that right?
Shit. Talk about problems. Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you,
Yo,
bro?
what the
Leave. You
fuck?
can move.
Yo, what the fuck is going on here, dude? What the fuck is going? When are they still going, dude? Wait, kick.com, stream session, chat room, kick. Actually, I don't know what. Oh, well, if it's Amaranth stream and they're still doing this, then that's what it's going to look like, right? Here, let's look up. I was about to say, I don't know what Amaranth stream is going to. Yeah, she's still live. Goddamn, they're still going at it. What the fuck?
So I can't trust the trainers you hire?
Well, that's why he's fired.
That's not why he's fired.
That's one of the reasons amongst many, because he's not a good trainer.
Why
yes.
did you? You're an idiot, dude. So you see him teaching this, and you decide. To
He
say
doesn't
nothing.
not want the dog's attention. He's trying to teach him not to jump when people are walking across the driveway. But you were
And
standing
yet they still
there.
jump. And also, I'm not kicking them away. I'm using my feet to block them.
No,
from
you were
jumping.
sitting in a chair. Loki wanted to come up and cuddle because he wants attention. He's trying to comfort you because he sees that you are having an argument. The hormones, the sound you're making is a stress signal to him. Like, that's
none of
not
this
the
has
same
anything
thing
to
as
do-
jumping on you when
None
you're
of this has
walking across the
anything-
driveway.
None of this has anything to do with the likelihood of a dog eating a cigar that you're so afraid of. Stop. dude.
My point is, you are so concerned about
What?
low chances for your own safety, but when it comes to the safety of my dogs, which is a much higher probability, you don't care and you're so willing to take risks.
I think maybe you should stay out of talking about statistics because you saying there's a greater than 10%.
Why? Because I'm
chance.
correct?
You said there's a greater than 10% chance.
Yes, there is.
I smoke a lot of cigars and it's never happened, so I would.
You don't smoke them often, though, around my dogs while you're sitting at a fire pit while you're arguing with me when I'm streaming, and you're wanting to, you are taking so much risk for no reason. You have a cigar lounge. Why did you build one if you don't intend to keep the cigars there?
For full context,
Tell me.
I was in my cigar lounge, just like the night of the
Look at
shoot,
his
I'm
leather
lighting-
loafers.
And I'm lighting my cigar, and then she comes in and says, I need you to help me with the dogs. And I make a jokes because I'm literally lighting the cigar, and I go, oh, no, not now. And then I go, I'm just kidding. Okay, fine. And so I'm puffing on my cigar. I'm going
Jokes
down
are
there.
funny. It's not a joke. You are just being fucking
Well,
annoying.
it's because I thought you were more observant than to not care that I'm just.
No, I didn't tell
Jesus
you,
Christ,
okay,
it's
I'll-
every
I'll-
single
See
fucking
drops,
thing.
right? But anyways,
Oh
so
my
I come
God.
forward, and I'm holding the cigar and I'm ready to go, and she goes, no, Ash, that's there. And I'm just like,
Ash that. I didn't say ash that. I said just
Put it out,
leave
yeah,
it
I
here.
know.
No, I didn't say put it out even. You
Regardless-
always leave cigars
regardless-
unfinished and come back to them
I
later.
do not.
I said leave it up here.
You're not. I mean, you can do anything, right? But I don't smoke a Cuban cigar after it's been sitting for 30 minutes because the flavor goes bad because of the way that cigars work. They have no filtration.
Oh my, no, babe, you don't understand. You don't understand the cigar. Oh fuck, dude.
God forbid you have to use another one of your supposedly telling chat earlier. I bought 10,000 cigars during COVID. God forbid one goes to waste because your wife needs help.
Pre-COVID.
Whatever. Who cares? It's not even the price.
10,000
It's
cigars.
like 8x price difference, but sure.
You are insufferable.
Well, you're wrong.
He has a little quip for every single fucking thing.
Insufferable.
She might be in the wrong, but he's way more annoying right
I
now.
know it wasn't the point, but I still feel the need to correct it because you're
What
making an
the
absurd
fuck?
argument. Anyway,
And then
point
the
is this,
birds.
This never happened. You literally came up and got me, And then here's the thing, right? You were snapping at me like the whole time.
I did not
I made a
snap
joke.
at you.
You snapped
Jesus
at me.
Christ.
Because it's not.
I
let me tell
fucking
you, Chad.
swallowed it like a good boy. And then
Let me
I
show you
went
something.
outside,
I'm gonna show this
and
to
then
you.
you kept telling me.
This is content.
You kept telling
This is
me.
content. Listen. I was going towards the door, and I was putting my hair up because I'm about to do dog stuff and be bending over a lot. But I'm just standing there, not looking at him, and he has the stream, and he's like, "Oh, we're not even doing that right now," implying a blowjob.
joke.
It's not. It doesn't make.
Bro, you invited me down, and you said hold the camera and talk to Chad and joke.
It would be funnier if I was on my knees in front of you, bending over and did my hair.
That would be too obvious.
No, that would actually make sense. It's just not very good humor if I'm not even near you when you say it.
This is great, dude. Like, let's clarify for them, right? Why do you have me come and help you when you're streaming the dog care? You wanna answer?
Because you told me that dog stream content is boring and you need to make
I
it more interesting by talking and holding the
Need to
camera
stop
during.
watching this.
Yeah, you need to make it more interesting, but then you commandeered.
How am I gonna do that if you're saying the way to do that is for you to
I gotta
help
stop
me if I
watching
don't
this.
commandeer you?
You literally have.
This is bad. This is bad.
Between 1 and 2 at other times, full time.
It's 3 a.m. What do you want? No one else is here.
You know.
I
Understand that, like,
I could play games and watch this.
But I would.
I wanted to do
people
stuff.
Put it on a schedule to where they don't have to get up at 3 a.m. to do things for their dog. I feel like that's a you problem. Like, cause like you're trying.
I always do
you're
it
trying to act
before
like everyone
bed.
gets up at 3 a.m. for their dog. And then
I
you
didn't
sit
get
on
up
So
it.
it's
at
that said
3
call
a.m.
in
we
Destiny.
sit
I
on
was
them.
still
So
awake.
like when we say 3 a.m., we have to do the dog
We didn't
stuff.
get up. We were
It's
not
7
in
different
bed.
dogs, 2 hours.
You
Wait, is Destiny trying to call in right now? Wait a second. Yo, this might be the content for today.
My position on the internet also
Oh,
doesn't
fuck
attract-
off. Oh, okay. I was about to get really excited. That was about to be some really fun
go to
content.
bed. That's what I do. That I let the
so
dog
then if
feel
you go to bed
fine.
earlier, maybe it'd be more reasonable for other people to help you.
But you're the one that wants us to maximize screen time with the kid
I've
contract.
always
Everyone
said,
has been hearing
nope.
you say that.
Yeah, but I always say I
What?
would love to reset early. So like
Every
let's-
time I try that, it doesn't work.
you
for
don't because you don't do it.
No, I end up going to bed and you
look.
stay up late to yap.
Here's the thing, right? There's a difference between you stream a lot of hours and like that doesn't
What?
mean you necessarily have to. I haven't said anything that's objectionable.
No, this is just crazy. The fact that you are just contradicting everything that you tell me on
I'm
stream.
literally gonna corroborate it right now, but like, so it goes like this, right? Like, it's one
Okay.
thing to stream a lot of hours, but that doesn't mean you have to stay up till 3 a.m., 5 a.m. You could start earlier, end earlier, right? Like, that's how time works. It's fungible, right? And so what I'm saying here is
What? No, it's
most
not.
people don't wake up at 3 a.m. for their dog, and you're having us, be active
Wait, is-
and have to do stuff at 3 a.m. for 7 different dogs that can't. Some of them can't interact.
I'm not
with each
sure
other
if it
because
is.
they fight. And then it's gonna take literally the fastest I've ever seen it take is like 90
No, it
minutes.
can't be
And the
because
longest
time
it's
because
taken-
some
Our
things don't
fence is
some
being
I understand that,
reconstructed.
but you are asking for my help, and I would prefer you be a little more considerate and telegraph beforehand when you need it, and also maybe just move it earlier.
Don't worry, I'll never ask for your help again.
You thought you were gonna get it?
what kind
No,
of
that- it's
anime
me
villain
being
response?
inconsiderate. You
It
won't
was
have to
like
worry
so
about that
there was not
anymore.
enough conviction behind
You know
that.
what? Like you told me to come
Got-
and joke
you
and talk. I
thought
come
you were
and joke
gonna
and
get
talk, and
it?
You give me the craziest attitude ever. Like, what am I supposed to do? You tell me to come down and entertain. I make some jokes. You
But
say,
it's
that's a
not-
bad joke. That's a bad joke.
I
This is
said
dumb."
I said
Date
one
night.
thing.
You said
TTS
that,
for
and then-
$1.
and then we were
Oh
over
no,
there-
his ego.
And then when we were over there, you did it again to me.
No, I don't think time can't be fungible because the like different times of day are going to lead to different. So like there's different value to different times of day for different reason or for different purposes, right? So I don't think that I would say time is fungible.
Where it's funny because the way that she's positioned, the way he's positioned, you could think that maybe this is happening and it's a funny joke. It's not funny if a girl across the room is putting her hair up and a guy's just a perverted dickhead. That's not funny. That's just sad.
You were walking through the door all of
Damn.
and you started-
Okay, I'm gonna grab a glass of water. I'll be right back. Tell me if he hits her. Okay.
I was like, hey, what are you doing? We're not even doing
Tell me
that.
if he hits her.
Yeah, that's
Like
not
you don't
funny.
even have to fucking
When I'm
be like,
putting my hair
oh, blowjob.
I
Like,
did it.
literally, it's like
I
you could
did it.
ignore the comment if you wanted to. But
I
instead,
literally didn't
no,
say that.
Instead, you turned around and you were.
I was
very-
just like, okay. You're like, what? It's a joke. I was like, oh, God
damn.
And I was sort of like, okay.
Okay, the fact that all I said was okay.
Okay, look. This is
And
so
that's,
dumb.
it's that triggering
Are you
for
retarded?
you?
Because that's how I joke. That's how I've always joked.
No,
There's
it's
literally
not.
VODs of
You've
it.
been way funnier on stream before. That's
Yeah,
why I
I'm
was
funnier
disappointed.
when you're not tired and trying to take it out on me. Correct.
Wow, the projection is
Listen,
real.
we VODs. Like, I joke the same all the time. That's how I joke. It's dumb, bathroom, juvenile humor. It's how I've always joked. Everyone in her chat will corroborate that. She's acting like I'm fucking, making some fucking, Pride and Prejudice, a joke about the book Ulysses or something like that. No, dude. Right? Like, no. It's always lowbrow jokes. I've always made lowbrow jokes. I've never made...
But usually the timing and the context is funnier.
I come in and I do what I normally
It's
do.
not the lowbrow part that's the issue.
Facefuls of flack in terms of how she's reacting.
You're not getting facefuls of flack. I said okay. That is not a faceful. Me being like it's not that funny. It's just kind of annoying this time. Is not a faceful of flack. It is a criticism, which you say that you want.
Isn't it funny?
You say you want criticism, but you never handle any amount of it well.
Isn't it funny how you've blown so many big sponsorships because you can't control your facial emotion? Because you'll say like, "Oh, I wasn't unhappy. Why is that sponsor think I'm unhappy? Why are they canceling? I wasn't unhappy. I'm not unhappy." And I'm like, dude.
What does that have to do with me not finding your joke funny?
You are not controlling the expressions you're doing.
Maybe
here.
if I had more
You're
sleep.
You're not controlling the expressions that are happening here, and it looks like you're very upset. That's what I'm talking about. You turn around, and in the low light, you're like glaring at me and fucking. I'm like, okay, and you know what? I took it in stride. I didn't even okay, and then move on to the next one, and then I got it again, and I was like. What the fuck
I'm sorry if I've been trained to have a straight face because every time I show any amount of emotion, whether it's laughing or crying, my husband has a problem with it. That's demonstrated today.
Hilarious.
All right, who's winning?
So sorry
Dude,
if my
you're
face has
laughing
been
like a
trained
crazy
to stay in
person.
one expression.
Do some more. You're laughing like a crazy person.
Yeah, and you have a problem with it. Weird how I've learned to adapt and just be mostly expressionless.
When you laugh maniacally after accusing me of trying to kill you, I do.
That's not what happened. I have laughed and I have said I could see it in 2 different instances, but they were not together and it was not maniacal.
You weren't really accusing me. You just brought it up out of the blue and said it could be true.
That's right. I'm not accusing anything. I'm saying I could see it's kind of weird.
It's not.
That's not an accusation. The fact that you feel so...
If I wanted that, I would not be even seeking to divorce you. A, that'd be stupid. B, I would have paid for the premium already.
So
there's like 15 different reasons why that's so dumb. Right? A, you would definitely pay for the premium because you don't want any chance of that.
You paid for it after the robbery, correct? That's what you told us.
Let me give you a scenario.
You said when the robbery happened, you hadn't even paid the premium yet.
Let me give you a scenario. Well, okay, you're so
Premium on what?
Because I'm saying it's still an option because no one died, and so nothing materially changed, so we could send the premium after. But if one of us died and we hadn't paid the premium yet, that's a problem. If someone wanted to collect insurance really bad, it's very logical. I'll give you an example anyone can understand. Okay, you're gonna buy car insurance. You've negotiated. You sent your rider. They send you the contract. You sign it, but you haven't paid a premium yet, and then you crash your total.
Are one or the other accusing the other of taking out a big...
Probably legally maneuver to not pay because you have never paid a single premium, and that's probably listed in the contract as a requirement.
Is someone accusing the other of hiring a hit squad and that the payment would be through Bitcoin?
Because at that point, I have paid and nothing bad has happened, and so it's like normal. It's very easy to figure
Is that
out.
really what's going on?
cares
Is that why they've been
and
fighting for 10 hours on
It
live?
proves no point.
You say a crazy thing, I explain it, and then you're like, no one cares though, but you keep saying more crazier things.
But you're not proving anything though. You're
If
just
I
rambling.
prove that there's no motive, then it's like, what the fuck, man? That's like the best proof you could have. If I lose more because you're gone.
Is the reason why you're still arguing is because I said I could see it, because I'll take it back and pretend that I didn't say it if it makes you feel better.
I love how you're telegraphing to everyone, guys, it's true, but let's tell him.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying I could
If
see
you want
it.
me to say that it's not
No
true,
motive.
for
The way you're
sake
talking
of-
to her right now makes me feel like you have a
You're
motive to kill her.
so savvy.
I'm saying, is that the reason why you're so upset right now? Because it seems like it's not.
He's
'cause
talking
you were
like
upset
someone-
beforehand.
No, for me it's this. You have said a lot of kind of.
He's talking like someone who
but
is
when I heard that
defensive
one,
over the fact
I was
that they
like,
did do
okay.
that, but they're
It's
pretending
kinda
not
like
to.
how
Does it not?
Forrest went loony, right? Literally, I was here trying to see if you were okay. And you
Yeah,
started
you
saying-
said, do I need to admit you to a
started saying
mental
me,
hospital?
You started saying to me, do you believe in God? And I was like, yes. And you go, I don't believe you.
Because you wouldn't tell me you loved me. You were like, what, why are you asking me this?
No, it gets better. The person knows the recording, so we could watch this, and they would, you want to watch it?
I don't care.
We will watch, okay, then,
Wait,
Shane's plug.
I'm so glad I was just about to click off. Hold
Follow
on.
me here, or follow me here.
That's fine. I
and
mean,
we will watch these clips.
Oh.
we will. What? We're supposed to watch it right now.
Yeah, watch right
You
now.
asked me if I want to watch it.
Well,
Don't ask me if I want to watch it if
I
we're not
would-
going to watch it.
Well, I would, I just wanted to get your permission, but also, like, I would need to download from the.
Also,
file.
you're going to clip it out of context just like the Hassan
No.
fucking groupies?
Okay, you're gonna try that one. I will, you know what? I'll do you one solid, okay?
Do me
I
a
will-
Do it.
solid.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah,
clip
how about
it.
you fuck off? That would
Okay,
be
I
a
will
solid.
clip it an hour before you're even in the room. And then I will end it an hour after you leave. Oh, trust me, you're so good.
Go back to the other
She's trying to be like.
You don't even know how to use OBS. You're trying to be a streamer.
Sure,
Go back to the other
sure.
screen. Dumb fuck.
This one?
Yes.
So here's the thing, right? Like, she's trying to make
God.
sow this like doubt, but it goes like this, right? I'll literally start.
Wait, show us the video. That's why I was about to click off. Show us the video.
And then I will do an hour after she said the crazy stuff and having her leave the room, right? Like there will be full context. I'm more than happy to provide that because the full context
saying
is even crazier.
2 more minutes.
Okay,
Give him a
I'll
chance.
go into a quick synopsis of it. She'd be like, tell me you love me.
Yes.
I'm wearing glasses.
There is proof that I was
bifocals.
clearly delusional.
I'm wearing bifocals, okay?
But
And I
there's
said-
no
I
reason
look
why
at
you
her
should
and I
not be able to say you love me.
I look at her and I say, I love you. And
Right.
she goes, "You're
No,
lying."
you
And I
did
go,
not
"I
say
go,
that.
"Why?
You were
Why am I
avoiding
lying?
looking at me and
Why
you
am I
didn't
lying?"
want to say
I
it.
go, why am I lying? She goes, because you're wearing glasses. And I go, okay.
I said you wouldn't look at me. Take off your glasses, give me eye contact, and tell me you love me. And you were so hesitant and were fighting me on
Because
doing
you're
that.
being weird. You asked me if I believe in
What
God.
do you mean it weird? I should have. If a wife says, "Do you love me?" That is not weird.
First of all, no, you're right. That's not weird.
And you
What I'm
couldn't
saying-
even do it when I asked that. And I was asking it
What I'm
very
saying is
politely.
weird. What I'm saying is weird is I get reports from employees that you're acting erratic. And I go in and check on you, and I walk in the door, and the first thing you say is with this.
Yeah, I've heard enough to feel confident in saying that, in my opinion, that is an abusive relationship. Someone's abusing the other. I'll let you guys. So she could be crazy making him, or he could be an abusive man. I'll let you guys decide which. We'll check in every once in a while because he's currently. Jesus Christ.
This is so
That's
good,
not the
guys.
part that's
Oh my
weird,
God,
though.
this
That
is so
makes
fucking
sense.
good.
If
This is
someone
so
is
fucking good.
delirious, they're gonna say
So
weird
fucking good.
shit.
I should let you talk more. So
You
fucking good.
should.
So what you're telling me is that you find it incredulous that your husband would be concerned that you think you're rapturing.
No, the part that's
Yeah,
concerning
okay.
is that you can't say that you love me when I ask.
Bro, you're rapturing. You're asking weird shit.
What does that mean?
Are you? If you
I'm curious.
understand
No,
that I'm
hey,
delirious,
I'm sorry. Why do you think you're rapturing?
because I was.
They're
lacking
telling him to
sleep.
call to
You
Destiny
don't
for some
not-
reason.
you
I
don't
don't
have
know
enough
why they
sleep.
keep.
Drugs?
But yes, I take vitamins every day. I prescribe.
Too much?
No, I take one
Oh, you
pill
took
every
the
day.
prescribed amount and something crazy happened. Or did you take
No,
2 or 3?
I
noticed
took
that
one.
there was 3 tablets short. I don't know if you
You're counting her
Sure,
meds?
You weren't even keeping track of my medicine at the time. It was in my
I
room.
was.
No, the bottle was on my desk.
I was coordinating with the PA for the refills, and
But
so
that
I
doesn't.
went.
They do not know how much is there. They're just going based off the calendar.
Easy. It's
Yeah.
9 days. And when I
Huh.
went, there was 3 pills short for the.
They don't go and look at my pills. They just go
I
based
did
off
look.
of the.
I looked.
Why are you looking at my pills?
Because you were acting crazy and
That's
rapturing.
not true.
She was rapturing, and she's
You're-
wondering why I'm going
that
through her
doesn't make
medicine.
sense.
Can someone
So you're
explain to me
saying
what
that
rapturing
you had
means?
reason to be concerned after I went
wondering why I'm
delusional.
I'm sorry. I'm so enthralled.
That
I
does
need
not
to
make
stop.
sense.
Anyways, fine. You took the regular.
There would
dosage.
be no reason for you to be concerned before I am delirious. Therefore, you wouldn't be counting the pills. You make no sense.
She got him so hard.
And that, how could I think that they were acting weird? It's such a crazy follow-up.
You're even crazy for even bringing that up.
We're acting weird.
Okay. Okay, we have to stop.
Didn't answer me.
No. You started off with, do you believe in
Hold on. He looked like he was singing.
off? And you're like, okay, let me go look. You open the door and she believes in God. She believes in God.
Yeah.
You know, and then it's just like fucking more preaching at me, more fucking crazy religious, citing religious iconography, and then finally you culminate in saying, you know, you don't love me.
I did not say that.
You actually did say that.
I said, do you
It
love
will be in
me?
the clip. No, you actually said you don't love me.
After
I go,
you
"What?"
couldn't say it to me.
No, I said what?
After you couldn't say it to me and me begging for so long.
Tell me you love me. And I'm wearing glasses, right? Because it's early, and I'm like, I love you.
insane.
And she goes, you're lying.
Let's watch
because
the
you're wearing
clip
glasses."
then. Let's just watch the clip.
I will watch it on my channel because I
Why
like
are
the
you
views.
such a bitch?
Because I'm courting the views.
Okay, then I'll go find the clip right now then so we can watch it.
Perfect.
Nick, you are fucking stupid crazy as fuck. You are nothing but a little bitch who thinks yelling is the way to solve issues.
I'm yelling because I'm excited that like people are starting to see just a little bit of like what I've been talking about. Like I have
Get a divorce, man. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm not gonna lie. If you get to a point where like you are publicly relishing or you're relishing publicly owning your significant other, just get a fucking divorce. I cannot imagine a less worthwhile existence. I can't imagine a less worthwhile existence. I would end it. You think he's gonna give up that meal ticket? She needs to divorce him. Someone needs to do divorcing.
if you
Making
started-
preparations for what?
Because you said you wanted to baptize the pets! And I didn't want it to turn into a fucking crazy movie! Bro, if you tell me out of nowhere,
That means,
I'm
but
gonna
you,
baptize your
if you
pets.
are concerned though, the first thought would not
Hold
be
on.
do I need to
Is it
admit
literal-
to
is
the
there-
hospital? It
Because
would
they're
be
not
to
gonna
be
like that.
It's like every single fucking thing is a major fucking issue. Rapturing means breach or disturb a harmonious feeling or situation. Okay. Yeah, this guy's insane. Someone tell me if they start showing this closed circuit TV footage, okay, the security footage. One second, I want to see this. I didn't see.
That's
we
fine.
didn't. This is what made us go to the live video. I want to see this in totality.
I'm not okay with unokay with being observed.
Okay, great.
I'm
Unokay.
unokay with you pointing the camera.
Well,
in my
then
face.
leave. I'm not going to follow you.
So you're literally just gonna be super defiant, is that right?
Shit. Talk about problems. Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Recording my
Leave. You
face.
can move. You can go away.
I wasn't in camera view. You moved the camera
The
view
fuck,
to me.
bro? What is wrong with you? You got.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah.
514
He's just throwing it over there.
They say he's been assaulted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even read the fucking caption. That's HPD. Holy fucking shit. And they're still straight. He's still sitting right there. I don't. I thought if cops get called, someone has to go to jail. I don't know. I've never had to call cops on my significant other, and no one's ever called the cops on me. So I don't know.
You got live streamers?
Yeah, we're live streaming. You just having a tantrum argument.
It's a law here in Arizona anyway. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Like I'll say, like, not only have I never had to call the cops on any of my significant others, not only has no one ever called the cops on me for any reason. I don't know if I know anyone that had to call the cops on their significant other. Let me think about that for a second. I can think of two situations. One was my little brother dated a crazy fucking bitch who like kicked our door open and like entered the house screaming and just started wailing on him. So that could have been a situation where we could have called the police. We just escorted her out off of the premises. And the other one was we were helping, not my family, but like me and like 20 dudes that my coworker knew, helped her move all of her shit out of her house. So, because her boyfriend was a massive piece of shit. But yeah, I don't know if I can think of like a situation where it's like we have to call the cops because there is an emergency situation happening right now. I can't think of a time where I've ever had to. I know I haven't. I can't think of anyone that I know even like that. I've called the cops on my brother when he was fighting with his wife, but he's in prison now. Got busted transporting heroin across state lines. Well, that's rough. Sorry to hear that, Evan. Jesus Christ. Where the Ethan video blew up. Yeah, I noticed that, and I felt like responding to the comments on it, but I don't feel like going back and seeing what I said. I know what my feelings are on the Ethan versus Hassan and the Ethan versus Sam Cedar conversation are. Like, I know what my opinions on those conversations were, and if people think that I was hyper pro-Zionist in either of those videos, then they're lost, you know? I was surprised after a day it got reaction. Yeah, I was surprised too, but I don't know what I said in it, you know? I haven't watched the Ethan Loanerbox conversation. I'm going to check it out later. I'm not going to lie. It wasn't worth listening to. And it's not a knock on Loanerbox. I think that Ethan just used it as an opportunity to repeat what Loanerbox said, go into like more detail on it. It wasn't terribly entertaining. Nothing terribly interesting happened. Not to steer you away from Loanerbox content because he's a good dude, but Ethan just kind of rambled a whole bunch over and over. Okay, let's hear what they say really quick.
Chief Bomb just tipped $1. Can y'all shut up? I'm trying to sleep.
Hello?
Hi, is this Caitlin?
Love is forgiving, just tip $2. Amorinth, I praise you for wanting to have faith in God.
Huh?
And God loves
What?
all.
I
Jews
knew
will be
that.
saved, don't
What's
worry.
going on?
Wishing you the best
My
and for actual
husband
love.
wants to get a divorce, and I am totally down, but he just won't leave, and instead has been doxing information like the gate code where I keep my horses at, online to thousands of followers live. Just feels very like unsafe. It's like a security breach. The fact that he's done that, and so I don't know what to do in this situation. I don't know if I can legally have him like go somewhere else for now.
So no, not if y'all are legally together. If y'all are married, then it's a common property. You have to get a divorce.
Well, I want one, but I can't. The court's not open today, right? So now what?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works. You probably have to get an attorney. We don't deal with divorces.
Okay, so if he's doxing all of our information, I just have to like sit here and deal with it.
I mean, there's not really much we can do about that.
Great.
I had to keep her honest because the last time I didn't have this,
Keep me honest.
she said some
That
crazy fucking shit.
is not true.
Bro,
Anonymous
last
just
time you were
tipped
very convinced the cops are
$1.
coming a second time,
Calm
but
down
all you
and
told them was
smell
everything
it.
that happened the first time.
I'm literally telling them.
I'm
what
telling you
the
guys, if I didn't
current
have that
situation
playing,
is.
if I didn't have that playing, I'd have more Glocks in my face.
I don't understand. Okay. Has this been the Amaranth drama stream for the last 30 minutes? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to watch it anymore, but like, it's so fucking crazy. It's like actually so fucking crazy that this is happening live on. This is happening in front of people. How fucking embarrassing, dude. How rough. I can't imagine. It is compelling.
Anyways, when I heard a banging at the door over here.
Leave. All my animals are here.
If
But
I-
you literally won't leave.
When I heard a banging at this door right here, okay, I
That's so
literally
fucked.
was like, what is that?
Dr. Field just
And
tipped
she tells me,
$1. Shut
I
up,
know.
retard.
And so I go and I open the door.
That's such what a fucking massive piece of shit. I kind of get what
Right, two guys.
he's
Like
doing
they're
now.
on each, like they're like on the edges of the door, and they're just like this.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, I know. No one cares. Your perception is that no one cares that
But
you.
you're fine. You're being dramatic when you've been swatted so many times. You tell us it's routine now.
Well,
Collins stream link I sent. Yeah, I actually have that open and I signed up for it. And I was thinking about trying to start it up live. But I'm a little bit I don't know. It's just the fact that the website looks like it was from the early 2000s, you know? And I don't know what all it'll show. But I did sign up for it, the call-in studio thing. Yeah, we'll try and set it up here in a bit. I think that this guy's a massive piece of shit. Just the fact that like he wants to get a divorce, so she's fine with that, but like he wants to sit here and he's telling the security codes to all their shit, and she's asking him to leave, but she can't trespass him off the property, and so he's smugly sitting there like torturing her. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know the full extent of everything that's going on. But I don't know what would change my mind for him sitting there like torturing her and like releasing all those codes. She needs to leave and just cancel the power. But like her problem is all of her shit is there. All of her stuff is there. She like all of her animals are there, all of her pets. So like where does she go? I don't know if it's the same for him. What is he still talking?
That guy.
Jesus Christ.
We know that guy
You said,
lied.
is it my fault? I said, yes, it is your fault because you turned
Yeah,
off
my
the
fault. I
stream.
got swatted because the guy said he saw me beat her senseless.
No, that's not the
You're
reason.
victim blaming so hard.
You got swatted
This man has taken
because you
the soul
caused
from
reason
you.
for
No, I got
concern.
swatted because someone lied to the cops and got them over here.
No, the reason why they swatted
this
is
is what I'm
because
talking
you
about.
caused reason for concern.
This is what I'm talking about.
No one can fucking. The reason why someone calls is not because they lied. That makes no sense.
But they did.
You're not making sense. You.
Okay. Someone needs to separate them. Someone that cares about them, you know? This is the prequel to this movie.
Let me clarify. I love my wife. I want her to be happy. I want good things for her. But there are times.
There's this huge space between us, and it just keeps filling up with everything that we don't say to each other. What is that called?
Marriage.
Stupid. You're dangerous for society, dude.
I canalized
Fucking You're a dangerous.
Jesus Christ.
about me beating her senseless, and so I deserve to have.
Reservoir just tipped $1.
You see,
I'm a
you-
fat
I'm
ogre
not
fuck
even-
with a burger. I eat burgers until my
Reservoir tipped $1. I'm a fat ogre fuck with a burger obsession. I eat burgers until my butt bleeds. Wait, what the fuck, Reservoir?
I'm
What
talking.
did they do? The cops.
Reservoir, no. Destiny, little Stevie.
Like you do every night,
Cherry,
basically nowadays.
Melina, Pixie.
Oh my
Did you help me
God.
last night?
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, like,
I get upset last night,
Melina,
but
Pixie,
because I've been working on this a lot, I keep it at a room temperature voice. She starts yelling at me. I say, hey.
Tron, if you want to change the title
Anonymous just tipped
of the stream, you can.
Dude, give her a hug and just leave. Sending love and forgiveness for both of
I
you.
don't know, and it would suck if you just asked me to leave, and we're at the same place we would be. I know. It will not help.
Chief Bomb just tipped $1. Chat, should I ban her?
I'm just fucked.
No, hey, we can figure it out, okay?
She's now talking to the person.
Joe Peach just tipped $1. I can't take it anymore. Guys, play some Oblivion. Take care.
They say that like betrayal makes the strangest bedfellows. Absolutely true.
Joe Peach just tipped
Who is she talking
$3.
to?
Motherfucker, this is Joe Peach. I'm coming for your ass.
I'm not even doing anything.
I'm not saying you're doing anything. I'm facing an argument, you dumbass. Obviously, everyone can see we're on video. Shut up.
Oh my god. This is fucking rough. She like listen, there's like a million things that have happened over the course of, me streaming that have ended up like, oh, well, it was just the woman freaking out for no reason. Oh, white women, tears, blah, 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 But I will say this, like, there might be some weird situation where she's actually the piece of shit here. There might be some situation like that. But, bro, I don't think that I would, if one of their friends went in there and like beat the shit out of him just for how smug he looks, I don't think I would mind that.
You help me get unbanned from Kick?
Like,
Clown keeps getting me banned.
No, that was a different time.
Shout out
entirely.
Cowan
The spirit
W.
attack
Troy.
was after the robbery. You dumbass. That literally the last time we had a big argument.
Dr. Phil just tipped $1. Dude, just shut the fuck up already and take some responsibility.
Dr. Phil, thank you.
Ungrateful, selfish little piece of shit. Act like a fucking man.
All I've ever wanted was to enjoy life and be with animals. Why did I get put
Anonymous
with this
just
fucking
tipped
insane
$1.
person?
This is not your stream. Get off the stream. Nick, you are stupid as hell. Why are you even in the same room or on camera?
Yeah, this is like, oh fuck, she's just like sitting in the back crying and he's reveling in it. Like,
Oh, she's doing it for me. She's gonna compare herself to biblical characters. This is the best part. The God of Abraham probably is punishing you for the ill that you have brought upon the world, right?
yeah, no, never mind. I changed my mind. Yeah, no, there is literally no situation I can envision where I would not enjoy seeing him get the shit beat out of him. Holy fuck. I have no investment in either of those fucking people whatsoever. What an unbelievable scum fucking like piece of shit. I just can't imagine. I don't know. Like, I know that it, like, especially if you've been watching for the past couple of months, you guys know I've talked a lot about cruelty. Oh my fucking God. I do not like the cruelty. I can't, oh wait, one second. He's talking on the phone now. Let's see if he muted himself.
Yeah.
Oh no, he didn't.
I mean,
Oh,
I
no,
don't
it's on.
think so. Basically, this whole thing flew off the rails when she asked me to come help her. I came to help her. She had a really bad attitude, and then somehow it ended up with her yelling at me, but it's my fault. And then, the normal thing of like, oh, we fight for like, I don't even know how many hours it is. Like fucking, yeah. And then at the end of it all, she starts telling me that she thinks, maybe I'm part of the plot to have her killed because of life insurance. And that's when I was kind of like, I do not think this person, I'm actually giving you the benefit of the doubt. I don't think that's really you.
Saying crazy shit.
Yeah, I think you're in a loop right now, but I don't understand, Angelica. I don't understand why, because we have been making sure she only gets at most one Vyvanse a day. I don't even think you didn't take one.
He thinks that she's this. What if she's having a psychotic break? I don't know. Even if she's having a psychotic break, someone that loves someone else shouldn't fucking sit there and revel in them fucking like having the psychotic break on fucking camera. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. Someone inform me if one of their friends comes and breaks his teeth for me, okay? Maybe the leftists are correct. Maybe all these rich fucks really deserve the wall. I think I might be coming around. Well, she's technically the rich one in the relationship, but you could also maybe say like he's her pimp and she's just, along for the ride. Jesus. This is what you want to happen to this guy? Let's see.
Some kind of assembly.
Jesus Christ.
Some kind of assembly.
Stupid. All right, let's watch a video. In the meanwhile, let's see what this is.
Am I the only one who is sick and tired of being told to pick up my trash? And we have plenty of janitors who are paid to do it all.
That's young Stephen Miller.
Is that real? I just assume everything's AI now because that can't be real.
Am I the only one who is sick and tired of being told to pick up my trash? And we have plenty of janitors who are paid to do it all.
That's young Stephen Miller, and he's always been an asshole. He's Trump's deputy chief of staff for policy and homeland security advisor.
Did you see Stephen Miller wants to suspend habeas corpus? I did. I was going to go over that at some point today, assuming we don't get super sidetracked on the Amaranth stuff.
He's also known as Trump's brain. Leaked emails show he's a white nationalist, which isn't surprising given that he's behind.
No, this is really well known of him. No, I'm just saying, like, I knew that he was probably the most intentionally evil. I feel like he is intentionally evil person in Washington, D.C., and that's saying something. I'm just saying, like, why am I expected to throw away my trash when we have janitors for that? Is like such a commitment to evil. It's just, I don't even have to explain it. It's just so intuitive that to live in a society with other human beings, you might want to be the kind of person that throws away trash.
He's also known as Trump's brain. Leaked emails show he's a white nationalist, which isn't surprising given that he's behind immigration policies like family separation and the Muslim travel ban. His emails show that in 2015 and 16, he promoted white nationalist books, websites, and conspiracies to editors at Breitbart, a far-right news site. More than 80% of the 900 plus emails reviewed focused on race or immigration, referring to the debunked conspiracy theory that non-white people are deliberately wiping white people off the planet. He referred to President Calvin Coolidge in his emails multiple times, backing his eugenics-based immigration policies once praised by Hitler. He was upset when some retailers stopped selling Confederate flags and symbols after the Charleston church shooting by white supremacist Dylan Roof, and encouraged Breitbart to create a counter-narrative. He often recommended articles from white nationalist websites like American Renaissance and Be There to highlight interracial crime. He pushed for coverage of The Camp of the Saints, a French novel loved by white nationalists for its racist depiction of non-white immigrants. He loves pushing false racist narratives so much that in 2017, as Trump's senior advisor, he reportedly blocked the release of a government study showing that refugees had a positive fiscal impact. But that's not all. He's friends with Richard Spencer, the most notorious white nationalist in the US. Spencer was a central figure to the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017. This guy went to high school with Miller and had a lot to say.
Stephen Miller was never bullied in high school. Stephen Miller was the bully. He bullied the kids who are already marginalized by our society, and he continues to do that from the White House today.
Damn. Spencer's pretty tame these days. I don't know if I would say he's tame. I think that he's just quieter about it. Okay, let's keep going. We'll peek in on Amaranth in between every video we watch.
No, basically, she had a conversation with him, and like, I opened the mic just because I needed her not to say crazy shit again. And so, with that being the case, she decided that she was actually going to just say, oh, it's my husband. We're living together, but I want him gone. And the cop's basically like, well, you can't just do that. Like, what y'all doing? And she's like, we're sitting arguing. He's like, okay. He wants me to stop streaming. He's like, okay. It's like, but he's legally your husband. And she's like, yeah. And he's like, well, then it's a domestic thing and I can't do anything. Like, no one's doing anything wrong. I can't just remove someone because you don't like them. But that was the wellness call from the latest swatting, basically, because that guy called in pretty fucking serious. And I told her to put on speakerphone after, because I needed to know what was fucking going on, because the first time.
Okay.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, thank you so much.
Okay.
For being here. I very much appreciate it. I want to.
All right. Let's see here. Got this set up. All right. You ready for stupidity? Yeah, I'm ready for it. Commerce Secretary Lutnick discusses Trump's tariffs future deals with Dana Bash. Oh, real quick, now that we're doing fuck, where did I just put that? There it is. Hello? Computer? Respond? Computer? Respond? Hello? Chat, am I live right now? Well, no, it's moving. Okay. All right, 1 second. Let me set up a short stream now that we're doing politics. All righty. Now that that's set up, I've got this set up right here. This is set up. All right, we're good. Let's see what Howard Lutnick has to say. Oh, boy.
Here with me now is Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Thank you so much for being here. I very much appreciate it. I want to start with what President Trump said on social media, that there was much agreed to in negotiations on Saturday. What were some of the things that they agreed on in these talks in Switzerland?
So what's so funny about everything going on with these guys right now is they are trying so hard, like Lutnick and not Navarro. Navarro thinks everything is going swimmingly, but all of the economic advisors that are around Trump right now are coping and seething so fucking hard, trying to make this seem like a win, trying to extract a win out of it, like anything at all, or something that they can announce and call a win. So that's what they did with, the English quote unquote deal that came out recently. I think on Friday this past week, but it wasn't actually a deal. It was a framework. You could say it was a concept of a deal. A concept of a deal. They don't have anything to show for all the time that they've put in. And this is with someone that we have a trade surplus with. We have a trade surplus with them. And we can't even settle on a trade deal with them? How are we going to get a deal with China? How are we going to get a deal with Vietnam? How are we going to get a deal with, our top 5 trading partners who we do the most trading with? Who we buy the most shit from? How are we going to do it? It doesn't make any sense. Well, all of that was to say, all of that is to say that these guys know that they're fucked. They know that they haven't gotten anything out of any of the talks that they've had. They know that the economy is looking really rough. And now they have to go on to, MSNBC and State of the Union and all of these different shows on CNN, on all these different shows, and defend it. And you can see how uncomfortable they are the entire time.
Agreed on in these talks in Switzerland.
Well, first, I just have to wish you a happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
What a great day to be alive, and I want to wish my wife a happy Mother's Day as well. The team is in Switzerland meeting with their counterparts from China, and they are hard at it. There's a lot to accomplish.
Did you see them framing progress on a deal as a deal being reached? Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the British deal. It was, they had begun having those conversations with the British. They started having those conversations, and the initial framework of what a deal could possibly might begin to look like if they started negotiating is what they've released. Nothing more.
There's both a lot to take care of and get off the table.
Something to keep in mind. I believe the number that I heard from one of these guys, it wasn't Lutnick, it was the other, it wasn't Lutnick, it wasn't Navarro, it was the third economist in the White House. They said these deals typically take about 18 months to get through. 18 months. And that's when the other side is happy to do the negotiations. Faded 702 says, I hate liberals. Cool. I'm supposed to take seriously a dude with a sock on a mic? That's why it's there, to piss you off. Besson, yeah.
And they're working hard at it. At the end of the day, they felt good. The president felt good. And I'm going to leave it to them. But it felt good yesterday. The president tweeted that out and truthed that out. But things feel really good.
Well, he said even more than that, as you saw. The president said there was a total reset.
Things feel really good. Things feel really good, he says through gritted teeth. It is better to fail at originality than to succeed in imitation. True.
So did something fundamentally change, or is he...
Mother's Day came around, right? If we go to like news and we see... Okay, let's just look up India, Pakistan, ceasefire. Okay. India, Pakistan ceasefire appears to hold after accusations of violations. Okay, so they didn't just drop it. India and Pakistan both claim victory. Okay, that's good. Okay, I thought that they were still violating it.
One other question, and I completely understand where you are, that it's the Secretary of the Treasury who is over there. But do you have any sense, I know you're in touch with them, if China has made any concessions?
I want to leave it to the team to take care of that. I mean, this is really important for the United States. It's really important to China. Let's let the team.
And here's a question, and I don't know the answer to this one, but I would assume that they don't have any incentive. Does the Chinese government have an incentive to end this quickly? I don't know, like, legitimately how long they can last. Seeing as they're going around and they are doing some trade deals of their own and they're trading through Vietnam to us. So they're still, they're still getting trade to us. We're just paying a higher price for it. Like, can they outlast us on that? Or can they, when I say outlast us, I'm not saying they have to down to zero, right? I'm saying before one side gives into the pain. China doesn't have to give into the pain because they're a dictatorship. They can write it down to zero or until the population completely overthrows them, right? If they wanted to. But Trump is going to have to give up way sooner than that, They were months away from financial collapse. People have said that the entire time that I have been paying attention to politics, that China's close to collapse. I think that they have some precarious parts of their economy, but I don't know if this is that. They did walk away, but then they came back. Let's see here. It took China less than an hour to walk out on trade deal talks with the U.S. Breaking: China's vice premier He Lifeng and Chinese delegation has walked out midway through U.S.-China trade talks in Geneva. Oof. They are back negotiating, but China did walk away earlier today. Damn. They must have said something really fucking stupid. American History X to Fight Club? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. They're severely over-leveraged. Again, I've heard that a million times, but like people say the same thing about the United States. I don't know if this is what's going to tip them over the edge. And again, I think that they're still like, I think that the another story that I've heard is that Vietnam has seen no drop off in the amount of exports to the United States since or hold on. No, I have that backwards. They've had a massive increase in imports from China, but they've had no change to their exports. Is that what it is? Something like that. So essentially what is happening is China is funneling their goods through Vietnam because there's a 125% tariff on China and a 10% on Vietnam now. So these are market more than we need their goods. I don't know if that's true. I know that that's it's about how long people are willing to put up with the pain. I don't think people are willing to put up with the pain for this for like no discernible reason.
Team take care of that, and they're hard at it right now, and everybody's rooting for them from both sides, but I think we're optimistic that things will work out well.
Oh yeah, also Russia managed to hang around despite everything, and Russia has always had a significantly weaker economy compared to China in terms of like, since probably even since the year 2000, to be honest. But I could be wrong on that, but they've overtaken them obviously. But like, if Russia can still survive and still have some quality of life and not be starving with the amount of sanctions and the cutting them out of the SWIFT network and all of this stuff, if none of that brought Russia to heel and all of those sanctions against Iran didn't bring Iran to heel, I doubt that with how much leverage China does have all over the world, that the same that anything different would happen with them.
Okay. As the Secretary of Commerce, I do want to ask about the fact that there are no ships carrying goods from China bound for the West Coast right now. President Trump said earlier this week that drops in imports is actually a good thing because it's going to affect people's wallets and jobs. Well, he said it's a good thing because it shows that the imports that the tariffs are working, but in reality, it's going to affect people's wallets and jobs.
Also, something that I'm sure everyone listening has heard at this point is that there is a big issue at the ports. They're just not having any ships come in. It takes like 45 days to make the trip from China to the United States with, these giant container ships. And those 45 days since the beginning of this massive trade war got launched, it's come. And now we're going to begin to see the beginnings of the product shortages. And it's unavoidable at this point. It's unavoidable, right? It'll take several weeks after we end for more, for all these ships to start making the trip over the ocean back to the United States. So it'll be 45 days from the end of whatever trade war we're doing right now, right? And then it'll be another couple of weeks before those products go from port to actual in the store. I read a book by the author of Fight Club book. He was hilarious. He gave out fake severed legs at his book signing events. Interesting. I've never had the opportunity to see Fight Club. So I probably should, because it's just one of those classics that everyone has seen. Everyone in the entire world has seen. But I personally, am not everyone else. So By the way, if you're watching on the short stream right now, I see there's 65 people watching. Hi, welcome. My name is Sondsol. I'm a political science student. I like to talk about politics, and we ought to also talk about a bunch of other things. Speaking of which, where is the amaranth? Where is the amaranth window? Let's see. Anything crazy happening here?
Off of it, because otherwise the withdrawal is going to be a bitch. That's what he told me. And I did that, and, it actually did work.
Oh, he's just streaming from her setup. Okay, got it. Anyways. So we'll see if she comes back in and starts screaming at him in a minute. So we do politics and we do drama and we do all sorts of stuff here. But this is basically just a hangout stream of current topics, and I like to argue with people. So if you guys are fine with having your points of view challenged, then this is a good spot for you. If you're watching on YouTube, please double tap the screen and like the stream. It helps me out more than you could possibly imagine. Also, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you were to go to my actual channel, shut up, you could see the full stream. Look at that. Oh my gosh. It has a completely different layout and all the different, whatever, cool. So you can go and watch it like that if you don't like the vertical setup. All right, we're going to get back into it. Any questions for me before we get started back into it? He's claiming that she gave a fresh and fit producer a hand job in the parking lot. No shot.
This would have been a nothing burger. Or even if it was a fight, she just wouldn't have streamed for like a couple hours or maybe at most a day. But because the whole thing happened on...
Yeah, he is a weird, abusive freak. Yeah, I can tell. Time travel is real based. It's 18 months of hardship until we get the 1950s economy back. Yeah, meaning we're going to lose all of the wealth that we've built up since the 1950s. I don't want the economy of the 1950s. I want the economy of 2024, where we were all fucking way more wealthy than we were in the 1950s. You realize that the 1950s economy was not as good as the economy that we have now, right? By any metric. Literally, by any metric. You just like the 1950s because people say that the 1950s are something that we should aspire to. Oh yeah, the U.S. is going to lose all its wealth in 2 years. Okay, maybe I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but the point stands.
Jobs, truck drivers, port workers, American consumers. So my question for you is, how is that a good thing?
Well, I think the point that the president makes with his tariffs is that America has a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. That means other people are selling us goods that more than we are selling.
Who gives a single flying fuck? Not me. Just because we buy more, just because we're rich enough to where we can buy enough shit from other people means that we should feel bad about that and stop trading with those people? Fuck no. The reason why we have a trade deficit is because we are rich enough to buy more shit from other people than they are able to buy from us. That's just the truth of it. There's a reason why we have a trade deficit with places like Vietnam. It's because they are all poor people who are working in factories, which is better than them working in the fucking fields and starving to death, right? So they now have factories and shit, and they're selling shit to us, earning 20 cents per day if they're lucky. They can't buy American-made goods because American-made goods are like Boeing 757s. Because the stuff that we make in the United States, that we specialize in the United States, is just better. They can't afford shit from us. That's why we have trade deficits with the rest of the world. Exactly. Trade deficit is not going to change. Because we're not going to start, unless we want to start making the shit like plastic 2-cent useless garbage consumer goods that we buy from everyone else. And yeah, maybe we shouldn't buy as much of that. But guess what? You're the ones buying it. Nobody's forcing you to buy it. All the cheap consumer goods that you say, oh, well, we can live without that. You could choose not to buy those things. Like any of the hundreds of thousands of different foodstuffs we grow and raise? Yeah, actually. You can just choose to eat American grown food. And most of the food that you eat is American grown anyway, but outside of the stuff that we just can't grow here, like most of the stuff that you buy at the grocery store is grown in the United States. Outside of, maybe there's like some stuff with Canada that we do some trade with. So like maybe if you're really like close to the border with Canada, you'll get some dairy products from them maybe. I don't know. If we bring back manufacturing, Elon's robots at 30,000 each will do the work. Well, that's one issue. Yeah. No, that's an example of what we'd export to Vietnam. Oh, like any of the hundreds of thousands of different foodstuffs we grow or raise. Well, I don't know if they need that. Are they not buying our food because they need it, but they're trying to protect their industry? Or do they produce enough food themselves? Not everyone has to buy from us. It's fine if we have a trade deficit with Vietnam, actually.
Selling them. And that's just not balanced. It's not fair. We're losing $1.2 trillion a year, of which direct...
Siamese Stormtrooper, if you want to jump into the call, here's a Discord link right there. If anyone says or has an issue with anything that I'm saying, you can always jump into the Discord. I have it open right now, and so I can see if someone jumps into the waiting room. Jump into a call with me. Tell me where I'm saying that's wrong. I like to be correct. If I'm saying something that's wrong, correct me.
Directly and indirectly to China, that's about $1 trillion. China sells goods to Vietnam. Vietnam repackages them and sells them to us. So the idea is the president wants balanced and fair trade. And
wait, that's not even an unfair trade practice. It would still be, and still it would be a Chinese good in that case. American food sucks? Hey, you shut your fucking mouth, okay? Leave my burgers alone. You're forgetting that in the 1950s, one man could afford a 5,000 square foot colonial home and 3 cars, working 30 hours a week at the car factory. I've seen TV land shows. That's true. They could also afford to take 14 vacations a year to Disney World.
Tariffs are the tool to create balanced and fair trade. It's just unsustainable for $1.2 trillion to be exported to the rest of the world. Meaning our money is going to the rest of the world. It's building them up. And
our money going to the rest of the world doesn't matter, because if it's American dollars, that means that they have to spend what other countries, how many other countries, chat, tell me right now, how many other countries recognize the US dollar as their form of currency? There's like one micronation in Africa. So if we spend money and we send money to Vietnam, and that company takes that money, now they have $100,000 worth of American dollars. Can they spend that in Vietnam? No. So they have to spend it in the United States. That money finds its way back to the United States in the form of investment. Or, sorry, let me be ultra clear. They either send that money back to the United States in the form of investment, or they change the currency back to their home country, to be clear, because obviously, yeah. Letnick is a mental midget. True. Just like Mexico can use our money. I mean, like in the same way that I'm talking about, like they have to convert them from American dollars to pesos. And that would mean that they have to go to a bank, or they have to go to some money changing service. And that money changing service probably gets its money by investing.
And over time, it's taken us down, and the president's here to fix it. So that's what he's trying to do with his tariffs.
Break something and then fix what you broke. And it's like not even the repair isn't as good as what we had before.
And I understand what you're talking about with regard to sort of economic.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting I'm playing like 2 seconds and then I'm responding and then I'm playing 2 seconds and then okay, let me. This is why I invited you onto voice so that I can either respond to the video or I can have a conversation because it's impossible to do both. No, they aren't converting the whole transaction. No, I'm not. Either I'm not being clear or you're not listening to what I'm saying because you're. Obviously, they're not converting the whole transaction to, are you saying you think what I'm saying is they're buying American goods in US dollars and then immediately converting? I don't know what you think I'm saying. Actually, at this point, I'm confused what you think I'm saying. So all of Europe uses our dollar. No, it's the reserve currency, but they don't go to the store and pay in American dollars. They have to exchange the American dollars for euros to go to the store. Yes. Yeah. I'm saying international. Yeah. We're saying the same thing, Siamese Stormtrooper. I think that we're arguing for no reason, or I'm arguing with you and you might not be arguing with me. So my bad.
Policy, but there's economic policy and then there's how people in the United States actually feel and the immediate effect on them. So just to be clear, are you saying that ultimately fixing what the president sees as a problem, which you just described, is going to mean that the American people, whether they work at a port or whether they're truck drivers or whether they're consumers, they're just going to have to suffer in the short term, maybe even longer?
No. Let's take a look at the UK.
They live in both worlds on this. Like they simultaneously say, "Oh well, I'm not saying that you're gonna have to suffer. There's not gonna be any suffering associated. We're having our economy is great. Everything is booming." But then they also say they're speaking out both sides of their mouth. They're saying the economy is booming. The economy is great. The stock market is great. And then they're also saying, "Oh, they're getting a little yippy. Okay, yeah, no, we're gonna have some short-term pain. Oh, well, maybe they'll have 3 Barbie dolls instead of 30 Barbie dolls this Christmas. Maybe they'll have 5 pencils instead of 250 pencils," which, by the way, that one specifically just rubs me such the fucking wrong way because teachers have to buy their students school supplies because their students often are too poor to buy school supplies. And like in places like Texas, a place that I just moved out of, they stopped giving tax credits to teachers who provide school supplies to their students. So the state isn't even assisting teachers to buy pencils for their students. The children aren't getting 250 pencils, okay? They're not getting 5 pencils, okay? So shut the fuck up with that one, Trump. That one actually pisses me the fuck off because kids do deserve and do need more than 5 pencils. And the fact that we're using that as a metric is just parents should get jobs. You should find a rope. Damn. Oh, sorry. 1 second. All right, parents should get jobs. Yeah, that guy's gone forever. Teachers spend way too much of their own money to help their students. Yeah, I know. My entire family are teachers. Yes, I know. What y'all don't understand, a privilege is not a right. Yeah, I know. We're not entitled to buy luxury bags, dolls, and anything that isn't a life necessity. Democrats sound spoiled. Wiggy DH Bastion. I'm sorry. I don't know how to. I want to be mad at you, okay? So I want to start my statement off by I'm trying to be a less angry person every single day, okay? Genuinely. A privilege is not a right. We are not entitled to buy luxury bags, dolls, or anything that isn't a life necessity. What have people been screaming at politicians, at the media, at everyone that could listen for the past my entire existence, that wages have stagnated, that the cost of living has increased, that everyone is living paycheck to paycheck, that we, like, American citizens can't afford a 2% increase on their taxes, or something that would be the equivalent of a 2% increase on their taxes. But now all of a sudden, when Donald Trump does something that is verifiably, I'm sorry, by any metric, fucking retarded, like brain dribbling out of his nose because it's liquefied levels of just unhinged, right? Like this is something that has been directly done to us when it comes to policy. And now all of a sudden we're supposed to talk about not buying luxury bags, dolls, or anything that's not a life necessity, when Republicans have freaked the fuck out the second that anyone says anything about tightening belts. It was actual political suicide. I just want you guys to know this. Pre-Trump, to say anything about, oh, well, this policy might hurt for a short time, but in the long term, it's going to be really good. That's been a meme in American politics for longer than I've been alive, that we can't get anything long-term done that would be good for everyone because it would hurt in the short term. So excuse me when I feel a little bit indignant when people say we're not entitled, like, privilege is not a right. We might be privileged to be able, yeah, we are privileged. We live in the greatest fucking country that God has ever graced Earth with. We are the most powerful military, the strongest, largest economy, the most ubiquitous culture that we export to everyone else. Everyone dreams of being us. Everyone dreams of being us. Because we're so rich and we're so powerful. But now we need to start talking about, oh, well, we can't do this or we can't do that. We can't afford to do this. We can't afford to do that. Meanwhile, our economy is fucking exploding. Meanwhile, the average median wage, the typical wage in America, is increasing and outpacing CPI. All of these stats that everyone has been telling me my entire life, that the decline of the middle class has coincided with the decline of manufacturing jobs in the United States, when it turns out that stat is completely fucking false. I'm a little bit indignant. At our worst, we are still doing way better than 90% of the world, and guess what? It always goes back up. Just chill. No, fuck that. I'm not going to chill while someone comes into my country that I fucking love, that I have learned to love, that I fucking hated my country for a good chunk of my life because I was a retarded fucking child. But then I grew the fuck up. I learned a little bit something about the economy. I learned a little bit about something with our political system. I learned a little bit about civics. And now I fucking love my country. And as soon as I start loving my country and I move to DC so that I can start, life as a public servant, some retard gets elected into office and starts literally shitting on every single part of America that is worth defending. Like, there's an argument for every single thing that they say that they're trying to do, but there is no argument for what they are actually doing. And that is what is so absolutely fucking mind-boggling, is the chasm between what they say they're doing, what you guys perceive that they're doing, and what they are actually doing. Neither Trump nor Kamala nor Biden were good picks, but yeah, you choose, even if you think that, which I would be a little bit, I might change the language there a little bit, but you choose the least bad of all the options, You choose the least bad of the options. And I don't think I'd be complaining like this if Kamala was in charge or if Biden was in charge again, Said hi. How's it going, Lord Zoe? By the way, if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't already, like the stream. I don't like doing these call to action, and I don't like doing the, hey, you guys should follow my stream. So I'm going to do that right now. Follow, like the stream, blah, blah, blah. That's me. I'm not good at marketing. Okay. This is coming from a Polish person. Trump is the least bad option in my eyes, respectfully. Listen, there are some nationalities, some foreigners who I could possibly see that perspective. If you're Polish, I could see that perspective. You're wrong. You're very wrong. But you're very wrong. Okay, I really want to watch. I see more people are coming in and more people are trying to pick fights with me over the things I'm saying. Listen, I love arguing with chat, but at a certain point, I have to watch the video and I have to do my content. However, if you guys want to, you are welcome to join the Discord. You can jump into the voice channel and then you can talk to me one-on-one. You can tell me what I've said that's wrong. I'm willing to change my opinion on stream right here, right in front of you. If you tell me what I've said that is wrong, if you can prove to me what I've said is wrong. So I'm going to keep watching the video. I'm going to keep my eye on the Discord. If someone joins the voice channel to debate me on something, I will join into a call and I will drag them in. But I can't spend literally all night, watching 2 seconds of a video and then spending 5 minutes responding to chat. John Dozier, I agree with you, but the problem is that dream is being taken from people right now because Trump is killing our economy. You're an idiot. Tell me why I'm wrong, Rain.
We did we announced on Thursday, right? We opened the opportunity for Americans to export to the United Kingdom $5 billion more than they've ever had the right before. You had beef, ethanol, row crops, vegetables, fruits, cereals, sodas, machinery. I mean, just the list goes on and on.
For
so
what?
The idea for the president is...
Hold on, let me rewind a little bit here and catch up. Cheaper energy and closed borders. You're an idiot. I said, what did I say that was wrong? Cheaper energy and closed borders. But I didn't talk about energy at all, and I didn't talk about borders at all. So can you tell me what I said that was wrong? Oh, chat is arguing with themselves. Okay, got it.
UK deal we did we announced on Thursday, right? We opened the opportunity for Americans to export to the United Kingdom.
Whether they're truck drivers or whether they're consumers, they're just going to have to suffer in the short term, maybe even longer?
No. Let's take a look at the UK deal we did we announced on Thursday, right?
Oh, that's what he's talking about. Yeah, the deal that wasn't actually a deal, the deal that was actually the framework for what a deal in the future could possibly look like.
We opened the opportunity for Americans to export to the United Kingdom $5 billion more.
We already had a trade surplus with the United Kingdom. We had a trade surplus of several $1 billion. What was our trade surplus with the UK? Trade surplus UK. $95 billion trade surplus. What the fuck? And we're still tariffing them. And we're presenting this framework of a deal as an actual deal when nothing has changed. No one right now is able to, he says, listen to what he's saying, okay? Keep in mind, no deal has actually been passed. So if someone wants to actually ship any of these things to the UK right now, they're not going to have the deal that they think they're going to have.
Thursday, right? We opened the opportunity for Americans to export to the United Kingdom $5 billion more than they've ever had the right before. You had beef.
$95 billion already.
Ethanol, row crops, vegetables, fruits, cereals, sodas, machinery. I mean, just the list goes on and on. So the idea for the president is, look, we published our rates on Liberation Day. Negotiate with us, bring those rates down by opening your markets to Americans who can export. So what's going to happen is we're going to have imports. Of course, our ports, we are the consumer of the world. I mean,
but you've tariffed. What the fuck? I don't get it. I don't get it. What do you mean? Of course we're going to have full ports. Of course we're the consumers of the world. Then why are you mad that we have a trade deficit? A trade deficit means that you buy more than you sell. That's all it means. $177,000 jobs added, far exceeding the 130 jobs projected. I'm going to look up this number. Where are you getting 177,000 jobs added? Since when? 177,000 jobs added. I'll put that into Google. America wants to be more self-reliant. Okay. So we can still do industrial policy. We can still do protectionist policy without shooting ourselves in the balls multiple times with an AK-47 while telling everyone else that we're hurting them. Maybe we could do that. Maybe we could, like, I don't know, incentivize rather than try to disincentivize. Offer way more carrots than the fucking, it's not even a stick, it's a fucking nuclear bomb that we dropped. We're not even threatening the stick. We just dropped the nuke on everyone, and then we said, okay, now don't do anything back to us, and maybe we can make a deal. Like, it's like, dude, we're not making any friends. We're losing friends, which means we're going to have worse trade deals, which means we're going to have a worse economy. It's all intentional to distract from his grifting Americans to lower taxes and get paid for it in back channels. I think that they're completely separate. I think that I think that every single thing that he's doing, John, is just the whim of some other random person in his administration. Lutnick and Besant are over here trying to get the tariffs taken off. Navarro is trying to get more tariffs put on. This person wants there to be a crypto scam. This person wants the SEC to be gutted. You know, it's like they all have their own motivations, and they're all trying to get him to make declarations on them as quickly as possible before he completely goes senile or he like keels over from eating too much fucking KFC. Okay, sorry. Let me look at that 177,000 jobs. In April 20, do I still have a cup of water in here? Hold on, I don't have a cup of water. Here, let me read this and then I'll get a cup of water. In April 2025, the U.S. economy added 177,000 jobs, exceeding analyst expectations. When did this number get released? Is this March's numbers or April's numbers? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking right now is April. Last month was April. It's the beginning of the month. Give me a second to recalibrate my brain. Okay. How do we have April numbers already? Or is it... Hiring fell slightly from a revised 185,000 in March. Okay, so it wasn't as high as you said. It dropped. Hi, Sondsol. Hi, Econo Boy. How are you doing? I was thinking about messaging you about something, not stream related. I can't remember what it was. How are you doing, my man? Okay, let me catch back up. I think it's both. It's all hustling nonstop. Is he joking on people's diet? No. Remember when people were skeptical of Biden's numbers? I'm not skeptical of these numbers. I just wonder why they're up up like this, because I've also seen, for as many people have said that there have been jobs added, I've seen as many stories of I can't think of fucking words today. Someone help me with the word. The place where you build things. The shop, the big building. Factories. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. I can't think of words today. Jesus. Okay. For every report that I've heard from specifically only like hardcore MAGA people that jobs reports are good, I've seen as many headlines of factories laying people off, either short term or permanently. Richo, I think your analysis is real and rational. Well, I appreciate it. I'm not a genius, okay? I know that I'm not a genius, but I'm informed enough to know what's bullshit, what's like something that I just disagree with, and what's something that's just actually stupid, something that's just bad policy. Like, I'm smart enough for that, and I'm self-aware enough to recognize what biases I have. Yeah, I think that Trump is a retard, both because of the retarded things he does and because I fucking hate him. But I can recognize where one ends and the other begins. 177,000 jobs. King's Verity. I literally have it up on the screen right in front of you. I'm saying, yes, I agree with you. The 177 jobs is there. But you said it was a revised 185,000 in March. The unemployment rate remained at a low 4.2%. So it's about the same, a little bit lower than what was projected. You're so animated. I could be way more animated. I felt like I wasn't playing it up enough. Sondsol just can't stand that Trump is actually saving the economy. Oh, well, you know what? Honestly, now that I realize that we have an expert economist in chat, if you want to jump into the Discord and inform me why there might be a decent jobs report, Econoboy, I would certainly take your expert punditry, assuming you're free, of course. Looks like you should clean your room. Wait, what are you talking about? Hold on. I take exception to that. Hold the fuck up. Let me see here. Okay. This room was actually freshly cleaned just now. Fuck you guys. Look at this. This is a nice room. The only thing that's dirty is I have my clean clothes that I'm going to fold after stream. Fuck you guys. All right? I know what I'm about. That's right, schoolboy. Take it back. Fucking loser. Okay. 1 second. All right. Mr. Econoboy. Mr. Econoboy, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going?
Going all right. I had my Tim Pool appearance and been doing live and learn, so been going all right.
Yeah, I saw that you had been on Tim Pool. I don't remember if I watched that on stream or if I watched that off stream. Wait, hold on. I might be missing. Wait, did you just have something with Tim Pool?
It was a week and a half ago, I think.
Okay, yeah, I saw that. Like, I think I might have watched it on stream, but I don't remember too much about it. Sorry.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
I've
any
seen
individual Tim Pool
Yeah.
performance isn't too memorable. He does so much content, honestly. But it was fun.
So, I've seen that you've been doing a lot of the like live and learn. Are you doing content creation full time right now?
No, not full time. It's still just a hobby for me. I got into writing Substacks, and I've been so busy at home that I haven't had time to write a lot lately. But got some cool, got some articles in the what do you call it in the
the
draft
chamber?
phase. So I've
Gotcha.
been I don't know. I've been writing what I think to be pretty like interesting articles, but obviously it's for a very niche audience. So it's always just been a little fun hobby for me.
Gotcha. So educate me. We have these tariffs. They're obviously bad for the economy. They're not helping us. They're not making items cheaper. They're making things more expensive. How did we add 177,000 jobs to the economy, despite all of the layoffs that I've seen from all these factories and stuff?
Yeah. We got to keep in mind a couple of things. So number one, a lot of the tariffs were just announced in April, right? So a lot of the tariffs were announced in April, and they weren't announced all like in the beginning of the month. Like I think that whatever Liberation Day or whatever. I
Yeah.
can't remember what day of the month that was, but
It was April 2nd, because if they did it on April 1st, no one would believe it was real.
nobody would believe them. Yeah. So those were all announced in April, but then they were rolled, like a lot of them were rolled back, and they were like transitioned to be much more focused on China. And there was like the universal steel and aluminum tariffs and the car part tariffs, but then there were exceptions announced. So part of the reason why you'll see a decent jobs report is because a lot of companies, number one, just on the ground saw no impact from the tariffs because they weren't actually implemented in April, and they weren't implemented to their fullest degree as announced on Liberation Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's number one. And then number two, a lot of business leaders literally just don't think that the tariffs will be
last.
permanent. Yeah. Like a lot of business leaders did two things, right? They have an expectation that the tariffs are going to go away within maybe 3 to 9 months or something like that. Or at the very least, there will be substantial relief. And then the second thing is one thing that they actually did was they front ran the tariffs, right? So they imported, several months, years worth of shit. It depends on the business, obviously, but you saw just a crazily unprecedented amount of imports in the first quarter because everyone was trying to get ahead of the tariffs. So a lot of businesses in their head, it's like, well, we have enough inventory to kind of last for when we think that the tariff relief will come. And so, and also the tariffs didn't actually take effect in the bulk of April. So that's why you might see a good jobs report in April. You might see a good jobs report in May and in June, right? Because of all that front running. So it's really just going to depend on
how long they keep them on.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how long they keep them on, how many exceptions end up getting. Because it seems like to get an exception, you just have to call Trump and be like, Trump, I'll suck your dick. Like, please just give me an exception for my specific company. And Trump is like, yeah, sure. Okay, fine. I'll just do it. Because that's what happened with a lot of the car tariffs.
Yeah.
And I think, Tim Apple, as he's known, he got Trump on the phone and he was like, look, you can't just tariff all the consumer electronics. Like, an iPhone's going to be twice as expensive if you do that. And so then there was this consumer electronics exception.
Our base captains of industry coming through to save us from the tariffs on our precious, precious iPhones.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously they don't want, they don't want to have to charge twice as much for an iPhone, right? Like it would hurt their sales a lot. So,
yeah.
They don't want to compete like on those grounds. So, that's why you'll probably see at least decent enough jobs reports, I would suspect, from maybe until July or August. And then it'll be all down to what the actual conditions are. I mean, if in July and August, Trump is like, there's just like no sign at all of a deal, and everything that's been announced has been so sort of insubstantial, like it was kind of like with the UK deal. If Trump is like, we got this big deal with China, and like the deal is like, oh, this only affects like a few $1 billion worth of goods or something, like it's nothing, then maybe you'll start to see businesses.
say $5 billion of being able to sell like of more, and this is the preliminary framework of what a deal might look like, and it's just 9 or 5 or 9 billion more. I can't remember what he said. That's it, and we already had nearly $100 billion trade surplus with the UK. So like, what is this? What is this getting us like
Yeah.
at all?
Well, I mean, it's clear that China just doesn't. China ultimately just does not have to give that much of a shit about this, right? Like, obviously, it's not good for the Chinese economy that this is happening, but also, like, I heard a funny clip of I can't remember if it was like a Chinese ambassador or some sort of member of the Chinese government. He was talking to a British lady, maybe it was on the BBC or something, and she was like, you know, but this is so bad, like it affects such a large part of the Chinese economy. And he's like, yeah, we don't care. Okay. China has been around for 5,000 years and we're going to be around for another 5,000 years. Most of that time, America didn't even exist. Right. and obviously the Chinese political system.
That's what I was saying earlier. I had brought this exact same thing up. Like, can China outlast us? Because I've heard all sorts of things about, China's economy being on the brink or it having so many frailties to it, the housing market and stuff like this. So like, I've heard about all of that. Will this be the thing that could tip it over? It's like, at the end of the day, this is going to probably not be something that cripples either the United States or China, but who can withstand pain more before something has to change? And it's going to be China because they have a dictatorship and we have a democracy. And when you have a democracy, whoever's in charge, who either made the decision or just happens to be the poor fucking dude who was in office when the bad thing happened, that person loses their job.
Well, they also have at this point, their system is so entrenched that it kind of recreates itself at this point, right? Where like Chinese people just don't have an extremely robust culture of like protesting against the government or,
the expectations culturally of what the government ought to do, or what or even what the people should endure for the government is going to be significantly different from, especially like
that's
Eastern
right. Like essentially,
Chinese
people are a lot less sensitive to essentially bad things happening in that sense. Like they're not going to go out and start like firebombing government. Well, I'm sorry, actually, that's not true.
That's not necessarily
I've heard some
true.
people. Yeah, I've heard some people say like, well, China doesn't have a culture of protesting, but if it gets bad enough, just like acts of violence will start to occur. But I mean, the reality is for people who say that, oh, the Chinese economy is gonna like collapse because of this happening. I mean, I don't know, really. Like, I just don't see it happening. Like, I mean, what do we mean by collapse? And like, do we really expect that they won't be able to last into the long future, at least like past Trump? Like they only have to make it out the next 3.5 years or whatever, and then you'll probably have the next president, willing to just be like, look, okay, can we just take away these tariffs and you take away your reciprocal tariffs, and then we're just like back to where we started, and like everyone, like why wouldn't the next president?
Like,
just
I figured
do that?
that's probably where we're headed. Is like all of our allies are just saying, let's get through these 4 years. Let's see if we can do it, assuming that the Americans don't actually get rid of their entire, system of governance. We can probably still be friends with them, right? Worst case scenario, Europe is now the leader of the world. I guess that has to be the conversations that are going on right now. Because
Trump is a very simple person. Like, I mean, all you have to do, like, if I was like the president of France or something, all I would be doing is I'd be like, look, we just have to we only have to meet with this guy like twice a year. And when we meet with him, we're just going to schmooze him. We're going to be nice to him. We're going to say how great he's doing. Maybe we'll sign a little trade deal here and there.
We'll bring in some people from Italy, some people from France. Have you seen how weird he is about their accents?
Yeah, like it's just not that big of a deal for these countries to just kind of wade through the bullshit over the next 3.5 years. Like, it's a bigger deal domestically because we have to deal with all the domestic policy. But I mean, if you think about just like of the policy that the president does, and then you bisect that between foreign and domestic policy. Well, obviously, like 80-90% of it is going to be domestic policy. But then if you think about it from a foreign country's perspective, well, the foreign policy is split between like hundreds of different countries and conflicts and regions in the world, right? So it's like you're not going to attract extreme ire from the U.S. president. And even if you are like China just clearly has the capacity within itself to, not really care exactly how much ire they're getting from the president, right? So I don't know. I don't really think. I just don't really expect much to be made in terms of a trade deal. I mean, China didn't bend in the first, trade war, and I don't think they'll bend in the second one either. I mean, I think your best case scenario is like Trump basically realizes by the end of summer that nobody is going to actually bend to his will, and he'll just say, let's get rid of the tariffs. Let's get rid of the reciprocal tariffs, and we'll just go back to where we were before I started.
That's the thing that I wonder is when it comes to, nations like, when we look at places like the UK is the exact first nation that I would expect to try and give Trump some kind of easy off ramp, like this is a deal. Yeah, we have a deal. You can announce this framework of a deal because it's all nice and everything is mostly exactly the same, but you can send some more of your beef over here or something. Yeah, that's cool. China doesn't have the incentive to make Trump look good. China doesn't have the incentive to make America look good. They don't have the incentive to give the off ramp for the domestic situation, right? So
yeah,
I don't know if they make a deal or if I don't know what the end of it looks like is the thing,
I mean, I think most likely, I don't know. I'm kind of stuck between we see some extremely marginal deal where the reciprocal tariffs go away and maybe we see like some extra tariff de-escalation, like maybe all the agricultural tariffs that are hung over from Trump's first term like go away or something, and you can cut maybe $40 or $50 billion out of agricultural subsidies after that, which would be nice, I guess. But again, that's just Trump cleaning up his mess from the first term. I mean, we're still not actually getting a better situation on net if Trump had never been president. But then it ranges from that all the way to maybe the worst case scenario, which is like China basically is unwilling to do essentially anything, and Trump is really stubborn about it, and so he keeps all the tariffs on, and maybe he does even more tariffs. I mean, I think the difficulty is it was similar to when Biden had announced like we're gonna tariff up to 200%, and China literally was like, yeah, we just don't care at this point because you're basically just embargoing all the goods at this point.
Yeah,
like once you get
no one's going to pay 125% tariff.
Right,
no one's going to pay a 200% tariff.
Yeah, at a certain point, it's like you can't just raise tariffs infinitely, dumbass. Like nobody's buying it at this point because you've made everything like twice as expensive. So, there's an upper limit, obviously, on what you can even do. I mean, effectively, all the 145% tariff goods are just like, obviously not that they're not important.
The most important, they're probably the most important inputs into our economy that are being tariffed and still being purchased at that level. So it's probably shit that's super fucking expensive and super important to the last part of assembly here in the United States. That's what I would make a guess at, because I don't think, like, in terms of consumer goods, anyone's buying that. People are probably sourcing all materials from other places as much as they can. So we probably are still trading with China. It's probably just like places probably make the worst profit margins too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think I think people might be overplaying. I think people might be overplaying. Like, you'll see some liberal commentators that are like, we're going to see all these shortages. And it's like, I don't know. I think, I don't think you're going to go into a Walmart and see like half the shelves empty, right? Like, probably not. But,
well, that's what I'm hearing from basically everyone right now is what I was, I thought that what we're going to be seeing is product shortages, not like half of the shelves empty, I wouldn't think, but like a good amount. Is that not
Yeah,
right?
it'll be.
Or-
No, I think it'll be noticeable, but I think people are imagining like fucking, like Great Depression, like World War
Oh.
II level rationing happening, and it's like, no,
Okay.
like I don't think it'll be that bad.
Okay, when I've heard
but
it, I haven't heard it presented like that catastrophically. Maybe there's people who have been that catastrophic. I mean, I imagine there are people that are overplaying it like that, but I haven't heard someone talk like that crazy about it.
yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. I think it's just I think one of the things about one of the things about these tariffs that is so confusing for a lot of other countries is like, are they actually getting implemented? Like
Yeah.
how are they getting implemented? When are they getting implemented? What are the exceptions, right? And we're only kind of starting to just now see that and how they're getting implemented. So we'll see, I guess, we'll see, I guess, ultimately what it ends up looking like over the next month or two. But yeah, I think if there's no considerable news on a trade deal by midsummer, end of summer, I mean, there's just one struggle that businesses have is there's no telling what Trump will do, because you could imagine both scenarios, right? Where it's like one scenario, Trump just says, all right, we're just going to get rid of these tariffs, and then China will get rid of their reciprocal tariffs. But then another scenario where it's like Trump is just, he's not running for re-election in theory, and he doesn't really have to necessarily care about basically any of the impact of what he does.
And he's,
so.
Ancient already, so he doesn't have to worry about, the next 5 years of his life being too difficult.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like this guy's just living the last 10 years of his life or something, just having fun basically. And what does he care really if people are, pissed off at him? Like, I mean, ultimately, if he's sitting at a 35% approval rating, he's still going to have like an 85% approval rating with Republicans, right? And so he doesn't really, like, he'll still be able to have all of his rallies and the Republicans will cheer for him and stuff. So, it's hard to say, like what, I don't know. It's very hard to say what he'll actually end up doing. I mean, he backed off of the Canadian and like Mexico tariffs in large part. So I mean, maybe he'll.
No,
I
he
don't know
didn't
why he
back
did
off
that,
of those.
honestly.
They had to force him off of them, right? Didn't they end the emergency that kept the tariffs on Canada?
I don't know
Or
what
am
you're
I
referring to?
1 second. Canada tariffs emergency vote. Senate rebukes Trump's tariffs on Canada. Senate veto.
I mean, the only thing
yeah, go ahead.
The only thing I heard of was a bill by poser Ron Paul about basically getting rid of the president's unilateral authority to impose tariffs, and it did get passed, but it's like, well, it got passed without a veto-proof majority. Like Rand Paul is just a complete poser. He never actually stands up to Trump.
I know.
So it's like, I don't know. I find all these it's like I think the only real one is Thomas Massie. He's like the only one that I can think right now who's like actually just has this like Thomas Massey's a complete dumbass when it comes to how the government should run, just to be clear, but he's genuinely a dumbass. Like, he's just like, nope, I believe we should not have any welfare, and I think we should cut all these spending programs, and like the stream.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Did I? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. I pressed the wrong mute button. I interrupted you. I didn't. I thought I pressed the Discord.
Unbelievable.
Sorry. I was trying to let you continue and not interrupt you. I was trying to mute myself on Discord and tell them. I interrupted you and didn't tell them.
Damn.
Hey, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, like the stream. There's 56 of you guys watching. Only 23 likes. Double tap the screen. Sorry. Anyway, continue. What are you saying?
I get it. No, I mean, I think Thomas Massey is probably the only Republican that I can see who seems to have genuinely stood up to Trump and all of his bullshit. Because, you'll see Republicans do this where it's like, I'm against Donald Trump. I've been given permission in a vote where it doesn't actually matter how I vote to do a thing that
I've
looks
been
like
given,
I'm standing
yeah.
up to Trump.
I've been
It's
given
like,
permission. I already know that this vote will fail. They've already told me that I don't have the votes, but they've given me permission to do. Yeah. All the fucking political.
it's just all
theater.
bullshit. Yeah, it's just complete bullshit. So I mean, I don't know. I don't trust any. I think any Republican in office currently, just like every single one of them, should be like elected out of office. Like, oh my god, dude.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a single one that has either a spine or the brains to have the position that they have. It's actually disgusting. I'm starting to read books by statesmen, right? I'm starting to, really dive into the role of living that DC life and becoming a patriot, right? And it's like, I look at the qualities of what it means to be a statesman and the people who are venerated all over the city. And it's like, Jesus Christ, they're going to have to try to find something smart that Trump said. They're going to have to try to find something worth putting on a fucking placard that came out of Trump's mouth. And it's going to be the worst fucking job in the entire world.
I mean, like, I just don't.
We don't have anyone that actually looks at America, has a vision for it, and wants to enact that vision. I feel like we have the Democrats and the Republicans. The Republicans are the party of sucking Trump dry until every last possible spermoid has left his body to be preserved forever in the Smithsonian. That's the Republican Party. And then the Democrat Party is just, we're the party that likes universal health care and taxes. Like, I don't feel like there's a strong politician out there, with the exception of maybe Pete Buttigieg. Like, he's the only person I've heard say anything that I liked the content of and the confidence he said it with,
We'll see. I mean, Democrats, Republicans are I think most Republican politicians have an extremely poor understanding of policy. They're pretty much not right on any single issue. They're Republicans, obviously, but then I think they're also extremely spineless as well. It's almost like I can respect sort of a well-educated guy who I just find to be mistaken on several issues, but I can't respect somebody who I feel like is like look at like Dan Crenshaw. It's like, dude, Dan, I know that you know better. Like, I know that you're not stupid enough to think that what's going on is perfectly okay. I know you're not dumb enough to think that Trump is like actually a good president, but you pretend that that's the case because you are a coward, right? Like, that's what this is.
That's something that's been bothering me so much is the, I think that I've had like a total like depressive episode over the total misalignment I have with my perception of how people are and how people have been acting, just like how much cruelty they're willing to co-sign, right? And then you look at all these conservatives that we have talked to who are, generally good people, but then they are sitting there co-signing or defending or finding some excuse for some of the cruelty here.
Well, I mean, like, I was talking to Rob Noor, like, maybe a couple months ago or something like that, and we were talking about immigration or whatever, and I was saying, I don't even remember exactly, but I was saying something along the lines of, look, I think that Trump's immigration policy is just really cruel, right? It ends up, it does end up having a cost of human lives and suffering, and there's human rights violations that I would say, and this and that. I mean, look at what he did in his first term.
In addition to any of the other things,
Yeah, I was like, look at what he did in this first term with the separation of the children or whatever, and Rob's was just like, and I, that's right, yeah, you Democrats, you guys are gonna parade around, pictures of children crying when they're taken from their parents, and it's like,
Yeah,
Well,
we
Rob,
are.
yeah,
motherfucker,
because, like,
they're being taken
that's
from their
bad.
parents. Yeah, it's not a good
That's
thing.
evil. Like, what do you? It's like you guys are. Oh yeah, like, sure. It's easy to show pictures of all these Jews in camps, but what do you know? Someone's got to pave the highways, and it's like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, you're crazy. Like, I don't know. Like,
So
it seems perfectly reasonable to do those things.
Exactly.
Right?
So I had this revelation, and it's not like it wasn't like
You found God.
Yeah, exactly. It was a religious expose. I saw God, and I
Congratulations.
immediately knew that I wanted to go meet him. And I tried to buy a gun, but thank God that they have. Sorry, I'm taking the joke way too far. So I was watching Pisco debate Rob before their follow up about the venue versus whatever distinction, and there was a part specifically that stuck out to me, and I saw through the Matrix. They were talking about Abrego Garcia and how it's fucked up, and like, should Trump bring him back, and
seems
somewhere along the line of the conversation, they get onto something that happened to Trump with the FISA warrants and the illegal spying that happened.
Carter
And-
Page.
Yeah, because it's always that with Rob Noor. And
course,
Pisco says, like, I said a million times that was regrettable, that was bad, and we should not allow that to happen. That should be something that, he said it's regrettable, right? I condemn that. I don't co-sign it. And then Rob says, oh, well then I think that it would be regrettable if they did this, but it's too late. It happened in the past, so we can't bring any of these people back. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, I 100%. And it's obviously not a unique revelation, but it was just such a pure distillation of, they assume and have assumed that everything that we argue for is in bad faith. They don't think that anything we argue, we actually believe. So they think that they have full license to do the same for their side.
I remember when I was talking to Rob Noor, he said he was making what he considers to be the not Nazi version of the Great Replacement argument. Where
I heard him talk about that very recently, or was this something that happened very recently?
No, I haven't talked. I kind of stopped talking to Rob.
I did too. But recently,
like a couple
he
of
gave
months ago. But
like last week, he gave a version of it, and it was like 1-to-1 with the Groypers. It was not different in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, because he was basically saying, like, at least to me, what he was saying was, he was like, look, he was like, look, the all these undocumented immigrants, you guys just want to bring these guys in, and they're going to vote for Democrats when they become citizens or whatever, and. I was like, I think one of the points that I made was, I was like, look, in the past, I've argued for humanitarian immigration policy that is not, it really doesn't clearly benefit my side politically. Like, one thing that I've argued for is that if you're a member of the Russian military and you go AWOL and you can make it to America, we should just give every one of those people a green card, because it's probably a good thing to give members of the Russian military an incentive to abandon their post, basically, and be productive in our country. And it's like, I'm sure the average Russian military member is like a pretty conservative person. It's like, I don't know that these are a bunch of Democrats I'd be importing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I brought up the point of, like, it's not even clear to me that undocumented immigrants are like a very liberal group of people, right? Because look at how
they're not
Hispanic people. Right. I was
you,
like, look at,
you and I both know, since we've been around communities before.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, look, I mean, I've grown up in these communities. Like, it's just not clear to me personally. And then when you look at the data, like, obviously undocumented immigrants aren't voting. If you're not a complete idiot, you understand that. And I brought up that point. I was like, look at how Hispanic people vote. Like, Hispanic people are not exactly voting in this like hyper democratic way. And he's like, oh, but you think undocumented people are would in theory would vote the exact same way as Hispanic people? And I'm like, well, I mean, Rob, these aren't like fundamentally different groups of people. Like, undocumented immigrants inhabit essentially the exact same communities
They
as
do.
documented immigrants. Like they're in the exact same areas, right?
They're the uncles and the parents and
right.
the
Like these are
cousins that come over
very
too.
like it's not a perfect circle, but this is like
Yeah.
a group with like 85% overlap or something, right? And he just was like, no, that's complete bullshit. And it's like, all right, dude, whatever. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Wait,
Like,
does he really not believe that whatsoever?
essentially his argument is like, even if you were to say that they do occupy the same parts of communities, his argument is that it is simply insane to think that an undocumented immigrant would be willing to vote for the kind of Republican Party that Rob wants, where they want to basically deport all these people. And I'm like, obviously now it's like we can look at news story after news story after news story after news story of like Hispanic advocacy groups and like Hispanic members of the community that were like, oh, I voted for Trump and like I don't know, I didn't think this and that, and like I voted for Trump and I'm perfectly fine with all this. Like there's people who vote. I think Rob in his head has it where it's like, and I guess a lot of people have this in their head when they think about voting behavior. They think of voters as voting for relatively ideological reasons, even if it's only on single issues. But that's just so not like what is going on in the median voter's head. Like the median voter isn't even ideological at all in any consistent way.
Yeah.
Like the average median voter is like, oh, I think this is kind of a problem, I'll vote for them. Or like, how many people do you hear where they're like,
there's
well,
like
I was gonna say, like, how many people do you hear where it's like, oh, I vote for Democrats because my dad voted for Democrats and my whole family just votes for Democrats, so I vote for Democrats. Like that's like 80% of people vote that way.
That's super true. There's a fucking meme where it's like scientists showed this chimpanzee how the average voter arrives at their positions and it killed itself. Like everybody knows the average person is fucking stupid. Why do we have a democracy, Econoboy?
But it's really not. It's not that they're stupid. It's just I remember Jason.
They
There was
just
this
don't
guy
have
named Jason Brennan.
They're not interested in the same things, and so they just see things that is bad, that is good. Yeah, I know.
Well, I remember, like there's this guy named Jason Brennan who he described, he's like about a third of society are like hobbits. Like they don't even vote. Like they literally don't, like, every year there's about a third, between half to a third of people in national elections that are just like going about their day. They don't follow the election. They don't watch the news. They're like, oh, new president just got elected. Oh, okay. Like it's just like it's not even on their radar. Like who's the president? That's a third of people already. At best, that's a third of people, right?
Yeah.
We have high turnout. Now, obviously, but this probably exists on a continuous spectrum from non-voter to voter, right? Where there's a lot of voters who aren't necessarily hobbits. They're not just like not giving any amount of a fuck about who's president, but they're giving like a very detached level of fuck, right? It's like, oh, like very like surface level reasons. My family votes Democrat, so I did. Or there's like, I saw one thing, like, oh, I saw a feminist gets owned compilation. These Democrats seem crazy. Or I don't know, somebody told me that Republicans were going to take away my right to an abortion or something. And like, they just have like one issue where they're like, I'm going to vote for one of the other sides. And then a lot of people think of like informed voters as, okay, like at the very least, you've got the informed voters who are like really getting into the issues. And it's like, that's not even true. Like, informed voters is like, yeah, they might know some basic things about civics. They watch the news more frequently. But dude, like, I'm sorry, I've spoken to Rob. I've spoken to other people on these panels. I've spoken to Wick, I've spoken to a ton of people who it's like, and I'm not saying all these people are stupid. I'm just saying, like, I've spoken to people who would be classified as informed voters, and they're still not very informed.
Yeah, I know. I know.
It's just like a very, very, very small group of people that you could say like, oh yeah, these are like the truly informed policy, like wonky voters. It's a very, very small percentage of people.
I'm starting
and
to
I don't know. That's why
appreciate
our
those
politicians are
people
stupid.
so much more. I don't know. I've talked a lot about just like the perceptions of people since moving here. and they have shifted considerably. You're saying this about the like median voter and how they kind of arrive at their positions, and I need to see it is the thing. Like the fact that there's one conservative commentator I can think of that I still willingly interact with, that I think acts like a normal human being, that I think is like has a human being underneath all of the bluster.
Right.
You know,
it's not just like an NPC just
Yeah.
like spouting off talking points.
Yeah, because like with Rob specifically, like that one, like with a lot of these people, and this is definitely like a me thing, but like it feels personal because of the proximity, right? There's proximity, and there's the, trying to have that bipartisan air, that everyone always says is a good thing. Like, hey, listen, Rob, we just disagree with him, but he's like a decent person. There's this, there's that, like, and dude, I lost street cred because I did that for people that were fucking crazy now, like
I've never done that. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I just feel that I do understand why people say that. Like people will say like, oh, come on, bro. Like it's just politics, man. Like, come on, man. It's like, dude, it's not just politics. Like this is serious, like this is like real
so hard
shit.
to force myself to do it that way because I felt like if I try to like balance like criticisms from conservatives with reality, which is hard to do sometimes because they don't ever live in reality. And they constantly accuse us of not understanding them, of being, elitist liberals who, stay on the coast and don't understand how middle Americans think and shit like that. And so like I spent a considerable amount of time and energy and, and reputation loss to really understand where they were coming from, only for as soon as the election happened, every single one of the principles and values that they said that they had to be thrown out the fucking window so that they could deport as many fucking brown people as possible. And, if someone said a goddamn thing about Israel, kick them out too. Fuck them. Every ally we have, kill them. Like, So
it's just hard. It's just hard because like I had this. I think I had this exact same conversation.
They asked for mercy and for understanding for years, and every single fucking like outside of like the extreme lefties, like I saw that happening at the governmental level. I saw outreach. What the fuck do these people want? I'm sorry, I'm a little angry about it, but you go ahead and tell your story now.
Well, yeah, like no, I mean that's exactly right. I mean, I just find it difficult to I just find it very difficult to separate, right? Because I had this conversation with Rob, right, where he really criticized. He gets really triggered because I don't even remember, like 6 or 7 months ago or something like that. It was before the election. I had said something like, oh no, it was a thing that happened during the election because Biden had said something like when that comedian had gave that speech at some RNC event, he had said something like, "Oh, Puerto Rico's a floating island of garbage" or something like that, right? And Biden had responded to that being like, "Oh, the only people who are garbage are the people cheering that on," or something like that, right?
Oh, and then they said, "Oh yeah, fucking."
Yeah, of course, Republicans got really offended. Oh, you're saying Trump supporters are garbage. Oh my God.
Are you cheering on? Yeah, sorry.
Right. It's like, right. It's like you see, and and I had this debate where I'm just like, you know what? I'm going, here's my argument. I'm going strict fact on what Biden said. I'm not going this stupid lib like, oh, he's right. That's a little fucked up to say. No, I'm going like that Biden was just correct with what he said. People who cheered that on were garbage. And at some point during the conversation, this was a conversation I was having with Pisco and Josiah.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point I had said like, oh, I don't know. I don't remember who asked this question, or maybe I offered it up. I was like, yeah, I don't know. Like maybe like half of Trump supporters are garbage. Right. And I think Pisco and Josiah were a little bit hesitant to co-sign that statement, but and that's whatever. They might have a different view, but Rob is like to this day is like incensed that I said that. He's like, I can't.
Yeah,
you're
he
a fucking
has
piece
so
of
much
shit for
righteous
saying that.
indignation and so much like
Right.
wokey
And I'm
style
just like,
language
yeah.
policing.
And what I said to him, when we had this conversation directly, I was like, Rob, I mean, look, here's the thing. I just have, a moral viewpoint, and I think that half of Trump supporters, how many people voted for Trump? Probably about 75, 80 million people. So if you were to say, hey, half of those people, the most extreme half of those people, 40 million people, which comes to like 10 or 12% of the US population, I'm willing to say that, yeah, like that's a group of people that I would call garbage, right? Because they have a viewpoint that I would consider so morally abhorrent or so like criminally ignorant that it just like destroys society essentially, right? And Rob tried to get me with all these gotchas. He's like, oh, really? So, he's like, 25% of Kamala Harris voters, they said that they wished that Trump had been assassinated, by that kid or whatever during the campaign event. You think they're garbage? And I'm like, yeah, Rob, I think if you say that that a guy should be killed for, during a political rally, yeah, that probably makes you a garbage person. I never said that Democrats were like this holier than thou fucking completely, great group of people.
Yeah.
I just happen to be in a coalition with them, but he's to this day just like indignant at that fact. And it's like, but he's never willing to actually debate like the merits of that. Like, look, okay, like I saw a poll, for instance, which showed that, I don't know, it was like 10% of Republicans are just like, they literally just approve of Vladimir Putin. Like that's an opinion they have. I saw a poll that was like,
really?
What
was the percent?
It was like 10% or something like that, right?
Jesus Christ!
And it was like, okay, like it was like 62% of people. The statement was immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country, and like 62% of Republicans agreed with that statement. And it's like, look, dude, I don't know how to describe a group of people that believe that immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country, right? Like, some Republicans will say like, oh, but Republicans could just say the same thing about you, Econoboy. And I'm like, yeah, they already do. Democrats have been called baby murderers for like decades now. We get called pedophiles all the time. We get called groomers. Like, this is, I mean, and obviously I think that's stupid to say. We can have a moral debate and we can have like a debate on what defines a pedophile or a groomer, right? And I guess you could have that debate, but like at the end of the day, obviously we're free to make our moral judgments. And that's, whatever. If you think that's a crazy thing for me to say, then, obviously we fucking have a really fundamental disagreement on our moral landscape, I don't know.
Yeah, and see,
and that should be reasonable.
Yeah, I hesitate to say his name just because I feel like he is someone that he's on his way out from it, I think. And we've had the conversations in DMs about like, man, he doesn't get to go out very much because of his, just like living situation, not in a bad way, just, the way that things are. He doesn't get to go out much. He has to take care of his kids. He doesn't get to interact with people outside of his house, like basically ever, unless it's, going and hang out with their group of friends that they already have. And it's like, okay, well, I understand why you might be having a massively different view of reality than me, but like, we need to chill on some of like this racist shit. Okay. Like
Sondsol, like, okay, you remember, like, I don't know if I can't recall if you're public where you used to live, but like,
Houston.
Obviously, okay, yeah, like you used to live in Houston, I should say, right? And it's like, okay, so, and you can look at the polls, right? And you can just like see that this is clearly a fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you poll people that live in communities that are filled with undocumented immigrants, places like Houston, places like border counties in Texas, what do the polls say? They say in terms of, if you compare it to the national average, and if you compare it to people who live in suburbs, and if you compare it especially to people who live in the Midwest or rural Pennsylvania like Rob Noor does, like they are way more pro-immigrant. Way more pro-immigrant. And this is a completely confounding thing to the conservative worldview. How the fuck could it be the case that immigrants are so terrible and they're literally destroying communities with all of their gang violence and opioids, but the people who actually live with all of those immigrants are seemingly way more okay with those immigrants being there than your average like white suburban family in Iowa that probably sees a Mexican guy like once a week. And it's because, it turns out it's just like not true that they're that big of a problem. You know what I mean? It's like, and so conservatives will say, you need to get out of your bubble. You need to get out of your bubble. You need to get out of your bubble. And it's like, bro, I live
in the city. I'm outside of my bubble.
The kind of place, yeah, like I live in like the kind of place that in theory, like Houston should look like Caracas. It should look like a complete hellhole the way that conservatives talk about how immigrants affect communities. And it's like,
it
turns
been
out it's
murdered,
just fine.
raped, and trafficked like 5,000 times.
Like
the amount of
Houston
times I've been in
like
sketchy in neighborhoods where there were illegal immigrants around, and
Houston
I didn't
should
get
look like a
killed or
fucking
robbed.
Call of Duty video game or something.
Yeah,
like it should
fucking-
look insane.
Fucking Bel Air or Sharpstown area.
Like a favela.
Yeah,
like
dude.
it's like no, it's fine. Like what? What are you talking about?
I never
Like,
thought about that. Just like how bad, like specific areas of the city that I would walk around at night with no one else, like because I was just not that concerned about it. I never made the connection to, anyways. Jesus.
yeah, it's just completely ridiculous. Like, because conservatives will say, like, get out of your bubble. And it's like, bro, people that live in the areas that you're talking about do not agree with your characterization of those areas, right?
Yeah.
Again, if immigrants were so bad for communities, then places that had a shitload of immigrants living in them would, in theory, be the most anti-immigrant. But it's like the exact opposite, right? Like, how could that be, Mr. Conservative? Maybe you're the one living in a bubble. Right?
Yes, and see, that's something there's like almost 0% chance of this ever happening. But like in the event that I end up retiring from streaming wholesale because it's just not a good idea for my career path going forward, like I so desperately want to have an off the record, unrecorded, just no full truth, no lies at all conversation with people like Rob Noor, with people who are conservatives in this space, and just like ask them for the things that like.
I don't think Rob is lying. I think he literally lives in a bubble. Like I think that he,
when he says things, when he says things to Pisco, like, well, if that was just a regrettable thing, then it's just a regrettable thing when we accidentally deport people who are supposed to be here and we can't bring them back. Like we shouldn't do it, but it's regrettable and we shouldn't do it again. But like when he says that, it makes me feel like he's lying about what he thinks is and isn't acceptable. But he just
Rob. Rob has said to he said this to me, and he's also said this to Pisco, where he literally okay, so number one, Rob has said before that his number one issue is corruption in the FBI. He's like, this is what decides my vote, right? He's like, I vote based on who's the best on corruption in the FBI, right?
Ironic.
Now, obviously, an extremely implausible calculus in the first place. Like, oh, really? Like, even if we had the Russian fucking KGB level FBI, like, I still don't know that it would be the number one issue that I'd be voting on. But forget about that for a second. It's like, okay, sure, right. His argument, and he said this to both myself and to Pisco, is that to disagree with him about his characterization of the corruption in the FBI, that to disagree with him about that fact is so facially absurd that you must be acting in bad faith. Like, that's his opinion. He thinks that disagreeing with him about his characterization of corruption in the FBI is like disagreeing that 1 + 1 = 2. That it's like just such an obvious... It's like going outside and the sky is blue and saying, no, the sky is actually pink. It's like...
That's insane.
No, he's said this multiple times. Like he has said, like, it's impossible to disagree with him on the FBI because if you disagree with him, you literally must be bad faith.
I
to do so.
did not. I have never heard him say that. To that, I've heard him say that his number one issue is that, but I never heard him say that. That makes so much sense now, and doesn't make me feel as bad about losing respect for him because there was no reason to respect him in the first place. Holy shit! If your entire you start off on an assumption because of something that happened to some politician that you like a whole bunch, and then you go on to devote the next 10 years of your fucking life to spiraling down a cum-sucking rabbit hole where you have to defend every retarded and immoral action that the guy does because you decided that your number one political issue 10 years ago was going to be something that was based off of a complete fucking lie. I understand him now. We need. I understand him now.
Your theory of Rob Norris.
My theory of Rob Norris. My mental schema of him is fully, and I understand what we need in this country to fix issues like this is the asylum system, and to bring back lobotomies to deliver people like Rob from their suffering. What the fuck? There's no way that that's true. That he has devoted the past 10 years of his life to arguing with people online because he believed one bad story 10 years ago and he's in too deep. That is the most depressing and frankly believable story about Rob Noah I've ever heard. Okay, continue. I can't fucking believe that. That's so disgusting. I'm sorry. I modeled the ways that I've approached information based off of the people that I've argued with, based off of suggestions that they've given. That motherfucker gave me suggestions on how to parse information correctly and how to be a more informed person. I should jettison all information in my head immediately.
Deprogram yourself.
What the fuck? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and I find that, I find that a lot of conservatives just, a lot of conservatives and Democrats too, I guess. I think that a lot of Democrats are kind of. The truth is, I think that Democratic voters are just as susceptible to like cult of personality and things like this. Now, I think that
Bernie.
probably. Yeah. I mean, I think that to be fair though, probably in reaction to Trump, I would say like Democratic voters probably are like a little bit more primed against that kind of thing, like purely in reaction to Trump, right? It's almost like
that's fair.
I don't know. You have
I
right,
also
like
think
you
that
have
the
like
just left wing in general is less predisposed to that sort of thing simply because they can't get along with each other at all. So they would be more likely to fight than to ever get along and coalesce under one single person.
Right. And so, but at the same time though, I think this is just a problem with our media institutions, right? Where I think people, it clearly is a problem with our media institutions, right? Because you have people who think that, you look at polls and like you ask people to like, hey, like how do you think crime is increasing or decreasing or whatever? And like nobody can get that right. Everyone thinks crime is increasing all the time, even though it's decreasing. People in, like I already mentioned, like people in like immigrant dense neighborhoods think immigration is fine, but people who live in suburbs are like, oh my God, immigration is destroying the country. And it's like, this can't possibly follow from anything other than the way that people are consuming their information is just fundamentally fucked, right? Like people are being propagandized to.
Yeah. And that's, something that I'm going through like a rapid, like seeing the world in a very different way because I've moved and because everyone's acting in such poor behavior, in my opinion. Fuck. What was the last thing that you just said? I lost my train of thought because I saw chat move.
People's like the way that
Oh,
people
yeah.
are consuming
Yes.
information is just fucked.
Yeah, it is fucked. And I'm going through this rapid transformation. I'm trying to not fucking hate people. I'm trying to go back to at least closer to not exactly where I was, because I think that I was an actual cuck for conservatives to be able to shoehorn their specific, they acted all nice, and then as soon as they got power, they abused the fuck out of it and acted smug about
Dude.
it.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Sondsol, have you reckoned with the fact that we are only 1/16 of the way through this ride?
I know.
We've got another 15/16 of the way
I know.
to go, Sondsol. Fuck.
And
Anyway,
the thing that's getting to me the most is not just the news itself. It's the people's reaction to it, right? And I think that I need to stop hating people before I start working in DC in a political capacity. Like, I'm not saying I'm getting elected, but like to work with the Democratic Party, I probably need to be able to work with people, even if I don't agree with them. But man, I fucking hate them because they act like hateable people. How the fuck how because I think you're a better person than me, because you can sound nicer and probably be nicer than me, despite saying, you're a bad person. How the fuck do you do it? How do you not tell them to kill themselves when they're shit like when they're saying shit like, yeah, I am glad that they're deporting people. I don't care if they've done anything illegal, blah, 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 blah. Or like people like Aircraft Sparky who are saying like, okay, well, if they won't let the planes land in Venezuela, then just push them out the door.
I mean, that guy literally said I should be killed.
Well, I think that I told him, like, he is such a detestable fat piece of shit. Like, I know that when he dies a diabetic death, he will look up from hell at his family talking shit about him, and knowing that they will never bring him up at another Thanksgiving. Just every single fucking thing that guy has been a part of since I've been around streaming has been the most deplorable, fucking hateful, fucking bullshit. And then he tries to act like a loving Christian. He is an actual subhuman piece of shit who, if he were to be hit by a car tomorrow and drugged down the road until he was barely a stain on the fucking pavement, it would not be enough punishment for someone like him for all of the disgusting fucking things that he said. Anyway, you go on. Tell me how to be a less of a hateful piece of shit.
If we ever do a political online politics MMA boxing event, it'll be Sondsol versus Aircraft Sparky in the co-main event.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, that guy, obviously, he did literally say I should be killed, which is pretty wild, but, he's kind of a really weird guy. But, I mean, I don't know. I think, to answer your question, I mean, I find that people are just, I like the term victim of propaganda, right? Where, like, obviously people should be held accountable for their actions. And I think that if you do vote for, like, at the end of the day, if you're an adult and you're casting a vote for somebody, like, there's accountability that needs to be,
Yeah.
Like people like Richard Hanania, right? Where it's like he kind of did this recent round trip on all these different channels and stuff where he's like, yeah, I mean, fuck, like, I'm sorry, like, I just thought Trump wouldn't be this crazy or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but like, do you recognize that was like really generationally stupid of you to think? Like, because it's one thing to just be like, oh, I made a mistake. Like, I thought this
when
amount of sugar in
everything
this
was
recipe.
out there right in front of you. Every
Right,
single thing. That's the thing that bugs me, is anyone that acts surprised when every single fucking thing that everyone has said was going to happen has happened and is in the works. They're talking about suspending habeas corpus. They're talking about getting rid of your right to contest being detained.
I think as well, like, I think it's, at least for my political analysis, like, if I personally speaking, like, I think that one of the ways, at least, that I can kind of detach myself and not get too heated during these conversations is, like, it's like, look, we're just like a completely different, like, it's like we're just like completely different people, right? Like, if I'm running for office and I'm like going out, I'm trying to get people to vote for me, I'm just skipping your house, right? Like I'm not even knocking on your door, right? We're not even now wasting my time with the conversation. Like I know that to beat you in a election is to just get more like-minded people out to vote. And like this is like the race that has to exist. And I think that, I think that even like running that way tends to be more effective because I don't know. I think that there is a margin of people who voted for Trump. Like I would say, I don't know, maybe like 10% of people that voted for Trump. So maybe like 5% of the electorate overall. There is a margin of people that is convincible that like there is a way to get them to vote for Democrats, right? But I think that, generally speaking, the way to get them to vote for Democrats isn't to pander to them like they're children. At least that doesn't seem to have worked, right? Like it doesn't seem that the Democratic strategy of like, oh, like look at this bipartisanship and look at this infrastructure. It's like no. Like, why are they voting for Trump? Right?
It's never gotten the Democrats anything to be
It's like, well,
bipartisan
why
for Trump. Never, ever.
Like the reason why they're voting for Trump, this margin of people who is voting for Trump who would vote for Democrats, right? They're voting for Trump for reasons like, oh, I think he's a strong leader, right? And it's like, okay, well, how do you like project strength and strong leadership? You don't go on an apology for being a Democrat tour. No, like you say things with your chest. You advocate for policies forcefully, right?
Yes.
That's one way to do it, right? It's like, okay, well, why are they voting for Trump? Well, they're voting for Trump because they think that there's some like material reason that Trump is better. Like, oh, he'll do this, he'll do that. And it's like, well, you just have to try to make that argument. No. There is There's a small margin of people.
Oh,
a small margin.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm saying like you have to think about like how are these margins of people convincible, right? And it's just not like this bipartisan shit isn't gonna work. And like a lot of I feel like a lot of Democrats in their heads, they're like, oh, that margin of people was gettable, but then you called Republicans stupid and now they're just going to vote for Republicans for the next 10 years. And it's like, dude, if that was true, then the Democrats are pedophiles and groomers fucking party wouldn't have won in a landslide this last election. That ain't how that works, dumbass. Like, what the fuck? Like I hear this from so many people where it's like, oh, and that's why, kind of boy, that's why they're not voting is because you're so condescending. Brother, you're voting for the most condescending asshole that we've ever fucking had as a president.
No.
What are you talking about?
And see, like that's the beginning of my like descent into madness recently was this conversation I had with some people on Twitter. Who were a bunch of Midwesterners who were doing the, oh, you liberals, you talked down to us for so long, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And they are just happy about what's going on. They make no qualms about it being good for the economy. They don't think that it's going to be good for the economy. They were in the Midwest, and maybe it's possible that more manufacturing comes back to the United States as a result of the tariffs. But really what the point is to fuck the liberals for all that the liberals stole from them by getting rid of manufacturing in America. Right? And the more that I argue with these people, the more people were hopping on, and the more they were like posting other posts about this, like, you are in the minority, Sondsol, you are in the minority. And they were posting, like, quote posting things that had like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of likes. They saying, I don't care if it makes the economy better. That's not the main goal for me. The main goal is hurting liberals as much as possible for what they've done to me. And I don't know if that's more online than it is offline. Just the only reason that it fucked me up is how many likes that it got, how many shares that it got, how widespread that thought is, and how you govern a people who vote to harm specifically another segment of your population. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, well, that's kind of what I'm saying though, is that like I don't think you can really. Like I think you just have to win. Like you just have to like beat these people in elections, right? Like I think that I feel like in America there's I don't know why it is. Maybe it's because of how static our political system is and like how hard it is to get anything done. I think that's probably the explanation. But like I feel like in America there's this much more um there's this much more like popular culture of bipartisanship and like the idea that you have to like be willing to compromise and like work with the other side to get anything done. But that shit just like doesn't seem to exist in many other countries. Like in many other countries, I recall one time, it was during the Brexit negotiations when the UK decided that it was sick of being in the EU, I guess, and they Theresa May, who was the prime minister, she couldn't get anything passed. Like she literally proposed like fucking 6 or 7 different deals or something, and like every single one of them got voted down by Parliament. And this is obviously an untenable situation because, in theory, in a parliamentary system, the government is supposed to be able to pass like anything that it proposes, right? Because it's the government, like you have a majority of the seats or whatever. And she did this thing where she was like, okay, like whatever, I can't get anything passed, then I'm going to invite the opposition leader to these negotiation talks, and maybe we can work on like a crossbench basis to get this done. She was roundly criticized and made fun of for doing this. Like her own party stood up and they were like, why the fuck are you inviting a member of another party into these trade negotiations when you are the government? He is not in the government. He lost the election. He has no right to be part in these negotiations. And that was the general attitude in the British population, that like,
damn,
he has no right, even though he's the opposition leader, even though he represents about half the country or whatever, he is not part of the government. We are the government, right? Fuck this guy. Like, it doesn't matter that maybe it's easier to pass if, you get this guy's votes on board. You shouldn't need his votes. You have a government, right? And similarly, I just think that that's how, I do think that that's how Democrats should govern when they, when they campaign. At least that's how they should have, that's how they should frame things. That's how Democrats should think about governing when they're actually in office. Is like, look, we're, you voted for us. We have a mandate to do things. And if Republicans want to get on board, if they want to support the Democratic shit, then they can vote for it. But we're not gonna just like sit around and like wait for Republicans to get on board, because they never will. That's what Obama did.
But the problem is, the difference between those systems and our system is that we have the Senate, and we do need to make friends.
But that's dumb. Like if a Democrat, if there's a Democrat in office,
hold on, I was super on board until does this only make sense if you're also advocating for abolishing the Senate?
No, I'm talking about the filibuster. If there's a Democrat in office who is not in favor of getting rid of the filibuster, I don't care if it's Joe Manchin in West. They need to be primaried out of their seat. You can't be a Democrat and be like, we don't believe in getting rid of the filibuster. You just can't be. I'm sorry, to be a Democrat in the Senate and to say we simply cannot get rid of the sacred filibuster is to basically say we just shouldn't pass anything. The Democratic platform is just simply not worth it. We actually don't really care if the Democratic platform gets passed. That's what you're saying if you're in favor of and that's what Republicans are saying. If a Republican says, no, the Democrats are blocking everything, but we can't stop that because the filibuster. Okay, Mr. Republican, you are saying that I would rather just not do any Republican shit, because of the filibuster. And that's just stupid. That's dumb. What the fuck's the point of voting for Republicans if you're not going to like do anything while you're in office, right?
Yeah.
It's same thing for Democrats. Like the filibuster is a terrible institution. And, I don't care if you're Jared Goldman
Sonia
or something.
Willenbrecht, if you are so you know what?
No.
This is probably some old lady She has a first and last name. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get triggered. Okay.
Anyway, yeah, I'm just saying, like, I feel like, if you're a Democrat and you're like, oh, no, I don't believe in getting rid of the filibuster, it's like, okay, well, then you're just not a Democrat. You believe in doing, like, none of the Democratic things. It's like, yeah, we can't, raise the minimum wage. We can't pass immigration reform. We can't protect our democracy. We can't reform the Supreme Court. We literally cannot do anything except for maybe a tax increase here, maybe a little bit of spending expansion here.
Everything is tailored through the lens of what the Republicans will say about it, and it's really, really fucking cucked.
Well, yeah, it's just, and again, this doesn't exist in other countries. Like, other countries have majoritarian systems. You win a majority of the seats, you can do all the shit while you're in office until you lose the next election, right? And that doesn't result in tyranny. It doesn't result in these governments like becoming dictatorships or anything like that. It just, there's elections and sometimes you win and lose. But, when you elect a government, you're actually electing people to do things, right? And you're not electing a government to, respect this archaic institution of stalling and lack of progress, right? Like, governments need to be mobile. And so, I just don't have any, personally speaking, like, I just don't have any tolerance for that anymore. Like, if a Democrat is like, no, I don't believe in, like, I posted on Twitter recently because I've been thinking about, like, what could cause me to just be like, I'm fully abandoning the Democrats. I'm like, no, I'm not even going to vote for Democrats.
I thought about that too.
Like, yeah, and I was like, I posted on Twitter, I was like, scenario, and this was the scenario. The scenario was, I just said a Democratic nominee, but you could imagine, like, I don't know, Andy Bashir or whatever, like, becomes the Democratic nominee, and I'm not saying Andy Bashir would do this, but some like moderate type, like centrist Democrat becomes like the Democratic nominee in 2028, right? And because let's just say it's such a bad environment for Republicans that, like, whatever, like Marco Rubio or whoever the Republican nominee is ends up like losing in 2028, right? And then of course after the coup attempt and after January 6 2.0 happens, the Democrat ends up taking office, right? And let's say that this Democrat comes out and says, I am fully pardoning Trump and Trump's family for any crime that they committed in office because we need to, whatever, like, we need to, like, rebuild the national unity and, like, we need to respect this and that. And, like, we have to move on. We have to, like, stop all this fighting. Right. And I was like, if a Democrat did that, I don't think I could ever vote for a Democrat.
True.
Like, I was like, that is a level of fecklessness that I'm like, I think people who are voting for the Green Party are just correct. Like, I think, like,
yes,
at a certain point, it's like, you have to have a minimum
conviction
standard, right? Like, exactly, right? Like, you have there
things
are
that are happening right now.
standards.
The things that are happening right now. Because I thought about this. While I was cleaning my room yesterday,
just
thinking
about the country,
dude. I might need therapy because of it, dude. It's like that bad. Like, I just think about it. We were talking about leaving the Democratic Party. Fuck. I keep on losing my train of thought too. Damn it.
I was talking about how I was like, dude, if they pardoned Trump's family for the sake of, like, national unity, I was like,
oh yeah, I was thinking to
literally...
myself, I was thinking to myself, like, man, you know what? Like, is that something that we have to give these people, right? Because I was talking earlier about, like, how we have to coddle our language, and you were saying too, like, if we call them stupid, suddenly they're not going to vote for us. They were going to vote for us in the first place, right? Like, we have to coddle everything. Do we have to coddle their crimes as well? Do we have to just allow whatever they want to fucking do while they're in office and then never fucking retaliate? Because immediately, as soon as a Democrat gets in office, they need to arrest like several hundred people that are connected to the Trump family right now, with all of the crypto scams that are going on, with all of the multiple deals that are going on all over the fucking world, the very obvious quid pro quos with Elon Musk and the fucking government contracts that are happening, with the Starlink, with the tariff negotiations. I just can't, like, I don't know how brutal and how aggressive they need to be, but if there isn't a good several dozen lifelong convictions, I will single-handedly lead a revolt against this country and install myself as the
Or at the
supreme
very least,
leader.
at the very least, like a substantial legal effort, right? Like Biden did,
It would be
like there was a lot of legal effort.
Yes, it would be unconscionable morally
Yeah.
to allow people who are selling the country that I just learned to love, selling it, not.
Well, but yeah, well, the thing is, like, I don't know. It was interesting because I posted that on my Twitter. My Twitter's obviously like 99% Democrats that follow me, obviously, are like left-leaning people.
Yeah.
And, like about 75% of people were like, oh, yeah, even if that happened, I'd still vote for the Democrat in 2032. And I was like, man, like,
I don't know.
because people are like, I understand the hypothetical, right? It's like, okay, you got Hitler versus 99% Hitler. Like, who do you vote for? And some people will say, you are just absolutely morally obligated to like go out and vote for 99% Hitler if those are your only two options. And it's like, yeah, but look, like I do get that, but obviously there are not literally only two options in our election. It's like not vote or vote for the two parties. You could obviously write someone in, you could obviously, vote for a third party or something like that. And I guess to the extent that you could not vote in mass, I mean, like, for instance, like I think that, it was clear that like of the polling that I saw, there was about 2 or 3 million people who just like didn't vote for Harris because of, what they perceived to be like kind of a milquetoast position on Israel Palestine. And again, you can either agree or disagree with that, obviously, but that's impactful, right? Like that's a pretty clear message on that issue, like that specific issue at the very least.
What was the
right?
percentage?
And so, well, percentage of what?
Oh, sorry, what was the number that you just said?
So I think there was about 10 million Biden voters who decided not to vote in 2024. And I think the poll that I saw from Gallup was that of those Biden voters, like about like 29% of them or something like that, said that the number one reason was because of the conflict in the Gaza Strip.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so that's like 2 or 3 million people. And so, and then there was like a whole bunch of other things, right? But the point is that, like, I don't know. I just think like you really should have some reasonable minimum standard. And I'm not saying, look, like I'm a pretty far left guy at this point in my life. I think Democrats are like not mostly bad, but Democrats do a lot of bad policy as well, right? And it's not like, or at the very least, we could say like highly suboptimal policy,
right?
And so it's like, okay, look, I'm not saying Democrats have to go full bore, far to the fucking left, implement socialist paradise or whatever, but like, damn, dude, like I think not letting the guy get away with all of this corruption is fucking a pretty goddamn reasonable middle grade. If you can't meet me at the table and agree that that's a fucking let's say a president took office and it was a Democrat, and let's say that they signed an abortion ban. Like a Democrat was like, oh, I'm a pro-life Democrat. I'm going to ban abortion in all 50 states federally. I'm going to completely defund Planned Parenthood or whatever. Would we still vote for him? Like, what if they did that and they also started a war with Iran?
Right.
Okay, what if they did that and then they also like cut taxes to the rich to 0% or something? Like, it's like at a certain point we have to be willing to say like
values.
This just doesn't, like it doesn't reflect what we're basically trying to get out of the Democratic Party, right?
Right.
Like,
and the thing is,
so.
like, I don't even have high standards anymore. But
I don't.
like,
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just like, these are pretty basic things that I'm talking about. This isn't some wild, wide-eyed shit. It's just like, hey, when you get in office, I'm expecting the DOJ to investigate all this corruption. Like, it just seems like there's a lot of corruption here. I'm expecting the Democratic president to take like Supreme Court reform seriously, right? Like that's probably a really important thing. What's some other like very big, like obviously I'm expecting, I don't think this is like much at issue, but like I would expect the Democrats to be, in favor of more spending and more taxes on the rich and things like that. Like those are pretty basic things. So, but I don't know. I am worried that the next Democratic president does some shit like that, where they're like, oh yeah, we can't address anything with the Supreme Court, and also the Trump is totally getting off the hook for everything. It's like, okay, dude, like,
yeah, it would be ultimately
What the
cucked, and
fuck?
it would send the wrong message. Like, because at this point, I think that I'm being radicalized into like a radical form of liberalism. like an extremely radical, like neocon, neoliberal fusion Death Star liberalism ideology. It's like democracy is not not an option, right? You get to live in a democracy, you get to have free trade, you get to follow the law, and if you decide that you don't want to participate in those things, then you're out, right? That's like how I feel at this moment. Like if we are going to have, a country that is supposed to be this capitalist, liberal enlightenment, all the things that we are supposed to stand for, all the things that all the books I'm reading right now are saying that America stands for, right? When it comes to rule of law, when it comes to upholding the Constitution, when it comes to not deifying tyrants and shit like that, right? It just, at a certain point, TLDR, we have to have people of character, and we have to have people who aren't going to use their position to sell the entire country because it gets them money in their bank account. That's the TLDR. I repeat myself like a million times on the
but I think
this.
also it's about like, I think that, I don't know, like I think also we can't let off the hook, and I don't know that these people committed any crimes or anything, obviously, but it's like, socially speaking, there's people who, again, people like Dan Crenshaw or people like Lindsey Graham, where it's like they're just completely okay with, they're ultimately okay with like all the stuff.
Lindsey Graham is, I can't believe that this man owns, like any of his cabinets, or owns a bed, or because it feels like the only furniture item this man knows is the cuck chair in the corner. Holy fucking shit. His entire fucking life has been defined by how much of a neocon freak he is. How, and even the past couple of years has been defined by his support for Ukraine. The literal microsecond that there was a fight between Zelensky and Trump, it was, Ukraine has never said thank you. He is the most cucked, he is the least respectable, and he just has no character whatsoever for anything that you could have said for any of these people before. And that's not too terribly much, in my opinion. Like, granted, I've never had a high opinion of Lindsey Graham, but like, holy fuck, these people, like, they've literally, Trump has sat there and insulted their wives. He's insulted their families. He's insulted everything that they hold near and dear to their hearts. And they go out of their way to defend him. I don't understand it.
Well, it's easy.
I have too much. I have too much pride. Someone would have to literally murder me in broad daylight to get me to, like, they would have to be torturing me in the city square to get me to say anything approximating the levels of like selloutness that these guys have done. It's unreal. That's why I don't understand human beings right now, because I don't understand how you can have the same conscious experience or the same type of conscious experience as me and not want to instantly wash your mouth out with fucking 12 gauge for doing what you've done. Sorry.
Well, there's obviously a margin of Republicans who, they did get just cycled out of the party because they did, have some of these like, disagreements, quote unquote, with Trump. And so now what's left is just like the weakest, most like pathetic, like reduced down Republicans.
And that's what it is, pathetic.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, because I don't know. I just find that I just don't like, it's just like, is it even that, like, how fucking awesome is it to be a U.S. senator? Like, dude, like, what is happening? Like, is it worth it? Like, I just don't, like, that's one thing that I'm just like, dude, am I just like not getting this? Like, because I'm just like, look, okay, like you're making good, you're making good money, obviously. You get good connections, and people care what you think because you're a senator, and you get to go on the news and stuff, and like that's cool, I guess. But dude, like, if you're like, take Lindsey Graham as like a good example, like we were just talking about him. Like Lindsey Graham, right? he's been in office for 30 years now. He's almost 70 years old. Like, what? Who even, bro? You did it. You won the game of life. Like you could, like you've already like won, right? You've been a U.S. senator for fucking ever at this point. Like, what are you even getting out of this?
What is the point in
you've done
ruining
it,
your legacy?
Yeah, exactly. Like what?
You
what is
could have
the
been
fucking
beloved. You
point?
could have been beloved by Republicans forever and ever. Now you're hated by the Republicans, and you're still cucking yourself out. You're selling out every value you have, and Republicans still think that you're a spineless little weasel. So what are you getting out of this? It's like do you remember the Louis C.K. pedophile joke that got him in so much trouble on SNL?
No,
he basically said like it must be really good because they just keep doing it. No matter how much bad stuff happens to the other ones, they just keep on doing it. So like there must be a reason that they're doing it. I'm not saying that it's good, but it's like it feels that way but instead of trying to understand why someone would be a pedophile, it's trying to understand why someone would be a elected official and support Trump. Like this is the same level of I don't understand your thought process. And that's crazy.
Yeah, like you've got guys like Ted Cruz, where it's like, dude, Ted, like this is like pathetic. Dude. Like, it's honestly,
and with Ted Cruz, it's
shameful.
the worst. It's like I recently, I think we had like a day where we were making fun of Ted Cruz randomly for some reason on stream, and we watched some of the things that Trump said to his face about his wife, and it's like, dude, within 6 months, that fat piece of shit was sitting in the fucking call center phone banking for the guy that made fun of his wife like that. Unbelievable.
Well, yeah, it's like can you imagine being Ted? It's like it's like Harvard Law School graduate, just like a U.S. senator, really respected, and obviously like a very intelligent person. You know, obviously he's got abhorrent politics, but you know, not a complete idiot. Like this is a guy who really succeeded in life, right?
Yeah.
And you just imagine like going to bed every fucking night and just like being Ted Cruz and just like knowing just like how incredibly pathetic your whole existence is, right? And how completely subservient you are to this completely idiotic, maniacal dude.
And that's
like,
why I
it's
keep
like
on
Ted
saying
Cruz, it's
I
like
don't
Ted
understand.
Cruz must know. Like Ted Cruz knows. He knows Trump is so much stupider than he is. Like way less qualified, way less prepared to be president, like way less deserving in many senses, right? But like it's like no, I have to do everything this guy says because I so love being a senator. It's like I don't know, man,
that's the
it
thing that I
doesn't-
don't understand. I do try to put myself in the shoes of other people a lot when I criticize them a whole fucking bunch. I do have just like a reflexive thought, like, man, am I being unreasonable here? No, for Ted Cruz, like I don't know what it's like having that pressure on you as a senator. I don't know what it's like having, maybe conviction around specific things and saying, maybe I can put up with this for that, for the greater good of getting this policy through, right? Like at a certain point, man, looking at like the shit that he said about his wife, the things that he said about him, the things that he said about his children, bro. And then like people would be like, you're attacking his wife. That's crazy. Why would you attack his wife? He's like, because she's a fat fucking pig. I don't know what you want me to say. And like, that's why it's such a mind fuck is
Like, I can't
have
imagine
thought,
being, like I've talked to my mom about this.
Yeah.
Like about how like I can't imagine being like a father of daughters and voting for Trump. Like there are people in my family that have daughters, right? And it's like I just like can't even like imagine explaining that. Like it's like, your daughter's young or whatever at a certain point, right? Like I have people in my family that have young daughters and obviously your daughters are young, they're not really interested in politics, like, whatever, right? But like at some point they're going to learn about Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to go to high school or whatever and like learn about Trump and they're going to get more politically engaged. And they're going to, they're going to ask the question, right? They're going to be like, well, Dad, who did you were around when who'd you vote for? And you're stuck between, obviously it's not a rocket. You could just say you voted for Kamala, right? Like I will, I guess, right? You're like, yeah, I just voted for like the completely obvious option. And maybe that's not awkward. but then for people who vote for Trump, right? Like you have
How
to.
do you face? Yeah.
Yeah, like, dude, I just don't, like, I really don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard stories like this. I don't know if this is like a thing that's kind of like cropping up because obviously Gen Z, like, obviously, like, Gen Alpha and Gen Z, like, women and girls are like literally North Korean fucking level supporters
Yeah, I
of the
know.
Democratic Party. So
You see, like, I
don't
don't know. I see my brother, the woman he is going to marry, is Israeli, and she voted
He's really
for Trump.
what?
Really fucking
Got
stupid.
him.
But she voted for Trump. Her and her, basically her entire family, because they're Israeli. And
She's from Israel?
yes, and I don't know what the fuck, because last time I saw them, right, I was still like more pro Israel in the conflict than pro Palestine or pro Gazan, but like I was sympathetic to the Gazan like civilians, and like, you know, like I had like a pretty standard view, right? So she was fine with it. Man, now I'm actually like pretty pissed at Israel because they've gone ultimate maximalist because Trump has given them full say so to do whatever they want. They're about to do a fucking full ethnic cleansing into Gaza. The next time I see this woman, I'm going to have to talk to her nicely and not bring up the fact that she voted for Trump. And she brings up the fact that she's from Israel all the fucking time. So like, yeah,
I mean, she might just like what Netanyahu's doing. Like, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I have not talked. I've spared my brother the pain of talking about it since. But like, dude,
yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't. I mean, I remember.
Suck.
You know, and I don't. And I haven't had this conversation. You know, I have the people in my family that have young daughters. You know, I haven't had this conversation with them. I haven't tried to like shame them and be like, how the fuck are you gonna, you know, face up to your daughter when she grows up and asks you what the fuck you were doing and how you voted during this period. But that is a genuine, like, I am curious. I really am curious, like, what that dynamic is like, because I have no idea. Like, obviously, I'm a fucking filthy leftist, and I guess if I have kids, you know, they'll either agree with me or they'll hate me they'll be conservatives and they'll hate me. Of like the young conservative kids or something. But you know, I do find that would be a very difficult conversation, because I've seen some videos like that. Like, okay, for instance, I saw a video of it was like a dating show or something, and I don't remember the exact premise, but it was like they go on a date and then it's like she decides if she wants a second date after that or whatever. And the girl, she was like, okay, like, it was a pretty good date and you're cute and everything. I got one last question for you though. Who'd you vote for? And the guy was like, oh shit. I mean, you know, like, here's the thing. And what he said was, he's like, the thing is, I voted for a cabinet. Okay. I didn't necessarily, and it's like, dude, just you voted for Trump. And she completely was like, well, you know, the thing is, it was a good date, but I kind of believe in, you know, democracy, so I'm not gonna have a second date with you. It's like, and I don't know. Like, I'm curious how people will handle that family dynamic.
Yeah, and I like wonder, because something you said earlier, like this girl, she, you know, she's left leaning by all accounts for every other topic, literally ever, except for this one when it comes to Israel. And so, like,
she's like, look, I think women should have the right to choose, and also Palestinians are dogs.
She's like a mega radical feminist, like, but like not radical feminist like she hates trans people, just like she's like, you know, the Tumblr feminists. And like, it's just like, dude, how the fuck do you look at your employees? How do you look at your coworkers who are LGBT, who are trans, right? Like, I know some of her coworkers. How do you look at them after voting for Trump and everything that's going on?
I saw Dr. Ab. You know Dr. Abby or Abby, whatever. You know that guy?
Yeah, the Ask Yourself debater guy.
Oh, I don't know how he's connected to Ask Yourself, but he's you know, we know who I'm talking about. Like, that guy, he said he voted for Trump, and
no fucking shot.
No, he did, and he's defended this publicly. He said, and I actually, I've never seen him get into this calculus, like in an in-depth way. Let's just say. But what he said was, he's like, the reason I voted for Trump, and I don't know if he's Israeli or if he's like just Jewish and has a like connection to Israel or something. Like he takes like Israel and Palestine to be a very serious issue, obviously, and he also the reason he said he voted for Trump ultimately, this was like hey, my number one issue, right? He goes, my number one issue, the reason I voted for Trump is because I think that global terrorism is the single biggest issue.
That
so I
is
think Trump's better than
insane.
So he voted for Trump. And it's like, dude, Abby,
He's
like,
one of the smartest people I've encountered online.
Hey, literally, and I've never heard him, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I'm sure he's had this debate somewhere, and I just haven't found it or whatever. But I do not know with what plausible framework you could possibly say that the number one issue facing this country is global terrorism. Like, it's like, dude, how the fuck many people? Even how many people?
The last time we had a
whole
terrorist
fucking
attack that wasn't a domestic terrorist, I think was like 2019 or 2018.
Well, even if it's like, dude, how many people on the planet are killed by terrorists? And let's compare that to how many people are going to die because they don't have like their malaria fucking medicine
Stuff
or
because
whatever.
Of USAID, yeah.
USAID getting
Here,
shit.
1 second.
It's like,
I have to address something in chat. Corey Pelson, you know what my opinions on in Israel-Palestine are. You are acting like an absolute fucking extremist. If you think that what I said was supporting Hamas, you are crazy. I know you fly off the handle whenever I disagree with you on this, but you're going to have to live with this one. You are absolutely but fucking insane if you think that Israel has to do what it's currently they have to do what they're currently doing in order to secure secure their security for their nation, that they have to kick out everyone from Gaza. You're butt fucking insane. You were joking about the girl's family voting for Trump. She is going to be my sister-in-law. I understand why she voted for Trump. She's retarded for doing it. She is counterintuitively ruining the state of Israel and ruining its reputation on the world stage. And if they actually gave a fuck about Israel, and if Israel gave a fuck about Israel, and if Netanyahu gave a fuck about Israel, they might not try to play into every single maximalist fucking crazy conspiracy that people have about Israel trying to kill all Arabs. Anyway, Econo Boy, you can continue.
Yeah, no, I mean that's I saw Dr. Abiy say that, and I was just like, man, like I just like that is so. And I don't. Maybe he's updated this like Hanania, and maybe he said like this was a huge I don't know if he has, but it's like, dude, like this is just such a like. Here's the thing, okay. I've gotten some criticism because my election prediction was wrong. I thought Kamala would win, and it's like, oh, that shows. There's an example of a Econo Boy getting a thing wrong, and it's like, yeah, sure. Like, elections are hard to predict. I'm not a guru or anything like that. It's just a little thing I threw out there. But to, like Hanania, right? And I don't know if Abiy backed off of this position, but like to say some shit like that, right? To be like, oh yeah, like the number one issue facing this country is global terrorism, and that is why I'm voting for this completely maniacal, insane person known as Donald Trump, is just such a wildly stupid. Like, it's not like, oh, these things are
position, because it tells us exactly what the where your priorities lie. It's like literally you have one issue that rises above literally all and will cloud your judgment on all other issues.
Well, like what I've said is my number one issues are poverty and inequality, right? Like those are my number one issues. Now, they're not my only issues that I vote on. I'm sure Abiy wouldn't say that his only issue is terrorism. He just thinks it's the biggest one or whatever. But the thing is, okay, like poverty and inequality, right? It's like, okay, I feel like it's at least plausible that would be the biggest problem, right? Like there's at least like, it seems sensible that like, oh, millions of people living in poverty and billions of people around the world living in poverty, that's like a pretty big issue, right? But fucking like like Richard Hanania, right? He was asked, what were like the big things that you feared? Like what were the push factors that pushed you into voting for Trump? And he was like, well, I just thought that if Kamala won, she would just, she would put us one step higher on the ladder
chart.
towards like no. He said something even stupider than that. Okay.
Oh no.
He goes, they put us one step higher on the ladder towards like European style social democracy, and it's like okay, hold on. So you looked at European style social democracy
and said, no, I don't want that.
And, no, and fuck that. Let's just say you looked at it, right, and you were like, I think this is bad, whatever. Like for whatever reason, I think that this is not a way we should govern society. You looked at that and you said you looked at a place like the UK, and you looked at a place like France, and you looked at a place like Norway, and you said to yourself, this is so bad, I'm voting for the Haitians are eating cats and dogs guy. How could you possibly look at how the fuck could you look at how European society is governed and be like, this is such a disaster that I'm going to vote for the Haitians are eating cats and dogs guy?
It's because perception
what
is just
lens?
completely skewed. And speaking of skewed perceptions, Corey, if you support Palestine without any conditions, you are far left. Congratulations. You didn't hear a word I said then. Did I say that at all, Corey? No.
That's
you heard
exactly
me
what you
have...
said.
Yeah, you know what? Sorry. Why are you undercutting me right now when I'm trying to maintain a viewer, okay? No. Listen, if you think that's what I said, then you're not fucking listening to me whatsoever. You need to clear out your fucking ears. Israel is fucking themselves right now. And if you think that what they're doing right now is good, it's because you like Israel fucking themselves. All right, continue.
Yeah, I just when Richard said that, I just like, how bad do you think Europe is? Like I don't know. Like you go to a trip on, people. I have a sister-in-law. She went on a trip to Norway. She did this like whole like European fucking like 2-week long excursion. And it's like she's going there, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's just like buildings and people going to work, and it's just like how the fuck bad could you think you're like? Why would you even think that?
Well,
why would you even if
I don't know
you
if
think
you've ever
it's
been
not
to Europe.
good?
Listen, I don't know if you've ever been to Europe, but when you go to the bathroom, there's 3 buttons on the wall and nothing on the toilet itself. And there's also a pull chain, and then there's a button on the far wall in addition to the light switches. So it does create a little bit of panic when you go to Europe if you're an American. Just saying, it's not unreasonable to feel a little bit panicked when you go to Europe.
You know, it's funny. My sister-in-law, she said, this is where I think Richard and these other people are coming from. My sister-in-law, when she went to London, right? And my wife's Pakistani, right? So my sister-in-law's Pakistani, and she was like, she goes, the thing about London is I felt right at home. She was like,
it's funny.
He was like, there was so many brown people in London, and
dude, every conservative watching me on YouTube Shorts right now just had a fucking aneurysm.
No, I just think that's funny because I think that's honest. Like, it's like I think that is like legitimately 99% of the reason why conservatives think that quote unquote European style social democracy is such a disaster, because they're like, look at all these brown people. And it's like, bro, I'm sorry, do we live in a different country that's not called America? America has so many more brown people than Europe does. Right? Like, what are you talking about, dude? I love it when like white nationalists are like, diversity's failed us. And it's like, bro, the most powerful country in the history of the fucking planet, America, is also the most diverse. Right?
Yeah, I know. I lost all interest in arguing those or having those debates. Like, it used to be, I was busting out 2 or 3 debates with, sea-hiling neo-Nazis a day every stream. I thought I was in the fucking trenches. But like, holy fuck, you can only remind, other people in society that hating Black people is really fucking weird so many times before it gets really boring. It's only so many times that you can say, actually, diversity has created the most abundant, economy in human history. It gets at a certain point, you say
that's
the
all
same
you care
thing over
about.
and over.
GDP, Sondsol, that's the only thing that matters.
When you have no idea the level of violence that just rose in my fucking throat when you said that. I am so fucking tired of hearing the same couple of responses that are obviously, like, even on its face, like, yeah, the GDP going up is actually a good thing, you fucking retard.
So that's all that matters, really.
I would rather the GDP go up than any of those people live to see another day. Like it bothers me that they are the same species as me. It makes me feel
entering
like
his
I need
truly
to,
unhinged arc.
like it makes me feel like I need to shower every time I'm reminded that they exist, because it's just like a level of intellectual like lack of curiosity that I would associate with lesser forms of sentience. Like literally, like a dog might have this level of sentience, or a dolphin might, if we're really lucky with the conservative that we're talking to.
My friend from New York, he knows I'm from Texas, obviously. He sent me a meme about Southerners. He was like average Southerner, and it's like a portrait of Adolf Hitler, and it's like average Southerner meal, and it's like cornbread with swastikas all over it, and he's like average Southerner. It was like, and then I think the caption of the tweet was like, the average Southerner is an ape barely capable of sapience, or something like that.
Jesus Christ.
I was like, God damn, brother.
And see, like, I tried to defend the deep stuff. I tried to defend Republicans for the longest time, but like at a certain point, you're doing it to yourself. I can't fucking defend. I tried to help myself hate them less, to stop seeing the hypocrisy. I read the Bible, Econo Boy. I read the New Testament, both audiobook twice, and
it's like it can't just be that they're stupid. Like he's doing everything he can to like
literally I hated them more after reading the Bible. My dad is a pastor. I don't know if you knew this. My dad is a pastor, and I grew up in the church. And every Sunday I had this, the hippie version of, like, I just love everyone and want everyone to get along and want everyone who's sick to not be sick anymore. Don't worry about money because you'll be rich in the afterlife. Like, that's the Jesus I grew up with. And then I start going online and start talking to conservative, and they start telling me about how Jesus said you should care about your family first, and then your community, and then your nation, and then the Amoris, whatever the fuck JD Vance talked about, and all the things that the way that they talk about immigrants, the way that they talk about someone who was killed by police, right, before knowing any of the information, or the way that they talk about like any number of groups of people. And it just doesn't match up with the way that I was taught as a pastor's son to treat people who I don't know, right? And they told me he's Jesus is a guy who comes in with a sword, and a sword against those who don't believe, and blah, 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 blah. Every single person, every single conservative commentator that talks about the Bible, I think should be crucified themselves for the unbelievable misrepresentation of this religion. Man, you know what? I'm not a religious guy, and I don't, I'm not anti-theist. I'm not a religious person myself. Man, you know what? That is a religion of peace. I read through that. There's a couple of things that he said that I was like, man, you know what? He kind of does want them to be, like women to be, subservient to the husband. But that's the way it was back then. We can update our opinions, right? There was not a single fucking thing about hating immigrants. Jesus would have if people thought that the violence that he did at the temple when they were selling shit in the temple was unbelievable for the Son of God, the things that he would do to the modern Republican Party would make Jeffrey Dahmer fucking flinch.
Yeah. I think Jesus would like personally execute Elon Musk in public.
It would be the most righteous fucking crusade against evil. I cannot explain how often he talked about the rich and powerful and what they would have to do to get into heaven.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think is interesting about
Corey Pelsman. You have 5 minutes to jump into my Discord and jump into a voice call, or you're banned forever. I haven't read a single thing that you've said, but the fact that you said liberals love to clutch pearls, I already know that you are beyond fucking help. 5 minutes.
There you go. 5 minutes, Corey. No, yeah, it is funny to hear conservative Republicans talk about Jesus and Christianity and stuff because, my reading of the Bible, which I think is, I've done a lot of Bible research, right?
Right.
Like my reading of the Bible, which I think is a pretty ordinary reading of the Bible, is like Jesus legitimately thinks if you're rich, you are a piece of shit.
Yeah, like he is.
Because you're
he
not
is
like giving away your wealth
the
or whatever.
lefties that we make fun of because of they just hate billionaires. But just full stop. They just hate billionaires. They hate people who are wealthy. Like that. He's actually that person, and they all use him to say how much we should hate communists. I'm not saying he's a communist, but it's funny. Oh, he's here. Okay. Do you have anything that you want to finish up on? Because I'm probably going to get into a heated argument over this.
Listen, best of luck, Corey, and I'm sure you'll demonstrate that you're very well read on the issues. And it was good talking, Sondsol. Hope everything's going well for you. And yep, hopefully the next 15/16 of this administration is smooth sailing.
Hopefully.
All right, talk to you later, bud.
Catch you later. All right, we're going to have a conversation with Corey from chat. Long-time chatter. First-time caller, I think. But first, I'm going to grab a glass of water. Jesus didn't even believe in getting a second pair of shoes in your lifetime? I don't even remember that part. Jesus. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a glass of water. Then we'll talk to Corey. Watsaku, how's it going? This guy lives at his mommy's house? Excuse me, that's clean laundry, number one. I just haven't been able to fold it yet. I'm doing that after stream, and this is a freshly cleaned room. It's just it's where we keep all the stuff that we don't want in our living room. Yeah, Mom joined to scold me on laundry. All right, Corey.
Yo. Let me mute the stream. You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I got a grief with, especially after the hearing on anti-Semitism on the 7th. I'm not sure if you saw it, but yeah, I know I'm saying liberals like to clutch pearls, which they do, but the Republicans also do. I'm just making that a statement.
Liberals clutch pearls. Why are you saying that? In
Did you
response
watch
to
the
what?
hearing on anti-Semitism the other day? It was all lives mattering, like basically the whole time.
I have not had a chance. There's a million things going on, and I also have stuff to take care of in my
I know,
real
but
life.
you should check it out because that's what I'm mad about. Because the liberals are the people that were all lives mattering.
I'm
not you,
not even
but
going
liberals.
to. Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to just take that at face value. If you thought
You don't have to. You should check it out.
Maybe I will. The thing is, the statements that I said were not at all. I don't think that they're objectionable whatsoever. I didn't.
I'm not saying anything about you. I'm just mad at liberals in general.
What?
And I know you're a liberal.
What did I
so
say
you're taking
that's
that
what did I say that's different from like probably the average liberal?
I'm not targeting you.
No,
per
I'm
se.
saying
I'm just
asking
saying,
what's
I'm
wrong
grieved.
with the take.
I have no problem with your take. I don't think. Which take are we talking about?
The take is Israel, because Trump won the election, is going full maximalist mode. They're going to actually ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip, which is the thing that we've been telling everyone that they're not doing because we thought that they had fucking restraints on them, right? So now
Is
they're
any
going through
population transfer in the Gaza Strip, would that be considered ethnic cleansing if the population is basically 99% to 100% Arab?
I'm sorry. I don't care about this argument. We have set standards. I'm just going to say really quick that the entire past 2 years of this conflict that we've been watching, or year and a half so far, that we've been watching this happen, I have set limits on what kinds of things I would be okay with seeing, and at what point that they probably need to stop doing things and start considering,
it's totally understandable
forward.
from your point of view. You're not a war expert. You don't know much about what's going on, so it's totally understandable.
No,
go on.
this has nothing to do with military operations. This is a political decision that they're making. And the political decision that they're making is that no amount of pushback from the rest of the world, no consequences from the rest of the world are going to outweigh the benefits of taking over Gaza completely, possibly and
you support
very likely
unilateral actions when it comes to Gaza?
I don't support unilateral actions like that.
Well, it needs to be both people making sacrifices, because that's what needs to happen.
Wow, congratulations. You've arrived at my position, but also Israel is making this unilateral action.
That was always my position.
Well, you just interjected in the middle of me speaking.
You put words in my mouth, apparently, if you assume that. Okay.
Well, you're interjecting in a way that makes it seem like you're disagreeing with what I'm saying.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, the only person that can tell me if you disagree with what I'm saying is you.
Well, you have to clarify that by asking the question.
Okay. Well, what is the question what is the clarifying question?
I don't even know anymore.
Okay. I think that Israel, at this point, I fully supported them killing as much of Hamas as they could possibly get, because realistically, it is impossible to kill 100% of a fucking terrorist organization or some sort of like criminal gang like that. That's just like the reality. Sorry if that military expertise might be a little bit too layman for you, but I think it might be just common knowledge. All right. So I was fine with them killing Hamas. I was fine with them blowing the fuck up out of Hezbollah, even going so far as to escalate that war to the point where they eventually wiped out basically the entire, military apparatus, like the leadership apparatus of Hezbollah. I was down for that. I was down for them, even to a certain extent, bombing inside of Syria when it's thought maybe there's some stuff that's going to come in from there after Syria
You
fell.
don't believe in Israel's two goals, to eliminate Hamas and to get the second one is to get the hostages back. So you don't believe that in Israel's two goals, main goals. That's like their basically only goals. So you already say
mine
Israel
are
can't win, you're
reasonable.
saying.
Well, if their end goal is
that what you're saying?
if their end goal is to eliminate 100% of Hamas, then yeah, it is impossible for them
It's
to win.
not to eliminate 100% of Hamas. It's to take away Hamas's. It's to take away Hamas's ability to govern in the Gaza Strip.
Okay, do you think that Hamas has the ability to govern in the Gaza
They've been
Strip right now?
weakened enough so that there have been the first
Okay, so do you
anti-Hamas
think-
protests
do you think-
ever in the
sure.
Gaza.
Do
Not
you think
ever,
that-
for
do you think
probably
that
a
they
long
need
time.
do you think that they need to do population transfers and completely wipe out the population?
Do you believe
there?
that the population transfers should be done in order to maximize the amount of lives saved?
If the option is,
That's what I believe.
Well, hold on. If you're saying, well, we have to do population transfers because otherwise Israel is going to kill them, I would just say Israel should just probably not kill them then, and it should probably find some
so you're just
other
saying Israel
option.
should just give up their goal in the war and let Hamas win. Got it. Okay. Thanks.
You
Got
should
it.
find the nearest firearm, and you should find the worst way to use it. We're going to end stream now. Corey, never come to my stream ever again. Never donate to me. Go and fucking cancel your subscription on fucking Kick. You fucking retard. You stupid piece of shit. I don't know why I gave him so many fucking chances on so many platforms to be, because I knew that he was insane, but I was nice to him because I thought that people like Reservoir were mean to him because he's a little bit of an extreme. But I thought that maybe he was just like maybe a little BPD or something. That is like actually fucking retardo mode. If you think that I have to like either say Israel gets to rape, murder, and like peel the skin off of every infant Palestinian baby, or else I'm anti-Semitic, that I draw a line at what they can and can't do. I'm sorry. You're actually a subhuman fucking freak if you think that that's the case. Jesus Christ. Anyways, because of the way that call went, I'm going to have to end stream. So I will catch you guys later, and I will have to apologize to Mr. Reservoir for ever questioning him on why he should be banned. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Love ya.